weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. It feels like I was just here. Because I was just here for a stream not too long ago, but that was not our official Socialism Saturday. That was our pre-game show in honor of Red May. But guys, we've got a full docket tonight. We might conceivably be here all night long because tonight on Socialism Saturday, we are doing an epic, hereby for unattempted, by anyone on the internet that I know of, queer Marxism marathon. Now, guys, tonight might be the night. It might be the night that I finally, people on the internet have been speculating for a couple years now. They say Carlin has lost it. Carlin has gone crazy. I don't think I've actually gone crazy. I don't think I have, but I might tonight because I have already watched 2 hours of Socialism today. And on the docket, and I'm not guaranteeing that I'm actually going to be able to accomplish this. I have not 1, not 2, but 3 queer Marxism or trans Marxism, depending on who you ask. I have 3 presentations picked out. And I don't even know. I almost feel like I don't know how it is we haven't watched this middle one before. I feel like we may have and have just forgotten about it. I guess we'll find out when we actually play it, but I had to. Okay, so guys, listen. This was inspired by the fact that earlier this week, I figured out that the conservative Twitterati know even less about this stuff than I thought that they did. And so I proceeded to start searching around for any queer Marxism presentation that I could find from the actual socialists, not from the right, not from the conservatives who think they know what they're talking about, but really don't. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth because I was like, these idiots are reeing all day, every day about drag queens and gender ideology and transing of the kids, and they don't even know where it comes from. They don't even, they're like, they're indoctrinating kids into this ideology. What ideology, bro? What ideology are they indoctrinating kids into? Can you explain it to me? And of course, when I saw their materials explaining it, the extent of the explanation was there is a thing called queer theory, and queer theory is bad, and it's very bad, and it involves drag queens, and I don't really know what it is. It involves drag queens and probably sequins and North Korea, and it's bad. And I was like, I just have to I just have to do everything, don't I? I really do. I was like, "Okay, well, obviously we need to explain what queer Marxism is to people in a way that they can understand." And of course, James Lindsay tries to do this stuff all the time, but James Lindsay, God bless him, and I really do mean that. He is the best, he is the ultimate. But James Lindsay can get a little bit wordy at times. And James Lindsay, I don't believe, if I'm wrong about this, please correct me. I don't think he uses video of them actually talking about their ideology to show you what it is. And I quite frankly just think that some people need to see video in order to engage with the content and engage with the ideas. And so I decided to go find as many queer Marxism presentations as I could from the actual socialists. And I decided to allocate tonight's Socialism Saturday to watching these presentations and finding clips that I can then put on the internet to explain explicitly to people what queer Marxism is. Because I can't imagine that there aren't more people confused about what this is and where gender ideology and the transing of the kids and the making of everything non-binary and abolishing the gender binary and liberating ourselves from the gender binary. I can't imagine that it seems to me there are probably a lot of people confused about this. And it makes sense that they're confused about this because it is a confusing ideology. And so I, again, am taking it upon myself to do what the flipping conservative influencers refuse to do because they're too busy dicking around on TikTok and whining on Twitter about drag queens. I will show you what this is, okay? And in the process, we will have a marathon of queer Marxism that could conceivably go all night on this channel. I may actually lose my mind tonight live on the internet, and I'm taking all of you down with me. We're doing this together. We're doing it live. It is a team effort. And so that's what we have on the docket tonight, guys. And again, please feel free. I know that I am, well, a little bit of a masochist in this regard, and that I could sit on my ass and watch dystopian reality emerge in front of me all day, every day, and be completely content with it, even though I know that this is actually real life. It's not 1984 in the movies, or Brave New World, or Fahrenheit 451, or A Clockwork Orange, or any of the. It's not any of those. This is real. This is all real in the real world. And yet still, it doesn't quite seem like it's real, does it? Anyway, so that's what we're doing tonight, guys. I have 3 presentations picked out. And by the way, I found more, but I feel like these 3 are basically like the max that I can possibly tolerate. And I don't even know if we're going to get through all of them. Number 1, we have a presentation called The Queer Left. And this is from Verso Books. Verso Books is one of the main socialist book publishers. Now, I quite frankly find Haymarket Books to be way more socialist than Verso Books. But Verso Books does publish a lot of socialist stuff. They publish some of Sophie Lewis's Abolish the Family stuff. We know that. And of course, we fangirl over Sophie Lewis like no one else on the internet. And this presentation is from 4 years ago. It's from October 23rd, 2018. And I actually have presentations that are older than this. I found one from 9 years ago that we're not going to watch tonight. It's from the Socialist Workers' Party in the UK. And generally, I don't like watching UK socialists. And so maybe we'll watch it at some point, but we're going to watch this one for right now. And this is, the description of this one is, how has Marxism informed the struggles for queer liberation? And how have the movements for the rights of sexual minorities changed the terrain of American society? as part of the Verso Radical Thinkers series, presents a previously unpublished and out-of-print works of some of the pioneering contributions of queer, in this instance, gay and lesbian, leftists in the 80s and 90s. The books in this set began the process of rethinking the issues of sexuality and gender that has continued up to the present. While we have a much fuller understanding of sexuality, gender, and trans issues today, we should not forget the significant earlier contributions. So, this is part of their, I guess, Pink Triangle series. Let's see if this is actually still available. It is. Oh no, this is just their Radical Thinkers series. But this I wanted to do this presentation because it explains their perception of like history of the growth of queer Marxism. So I thought that would be a good one to start with. Next up, and like I said, I feel like we must have watched this, but it's not in my watch history. Maybe I was waiting to watch it. Maybe I was just like, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. But this stream has all of my favorite people in it. It has Jules and Elle, who are the editors of the book Transgender Marxism. It has Emmy O'Brien, who is one of our favorite Abolish the Family people, and none other than Sophie moderates it. So in this presentation about transgender Marxism, we not only have queer Marxism, but we have Abolish the Family at the same time. And Brooklyn says she thinks we did. See, no, we have watched presentations with these people. I don't know that we've watched this one, though. And quite frankly, even if we did watch this one, I feel like I want to watch it again just because our understanding of this ideology has grown exponentially. Probably because if we watched this, it would have been way back at like the beginning of Socialism Saturday. And I feel like we've just gone through a lot of growth in the past like 9 months. And so I feel like we would get new information from it this time. We've watched way more Abolish the Family stuff. We watched way more queer Marxism stuff. We have seen every single person in this presentation before. I just don't think we've seen them in this one. Yes, well, that's the panel in Chicago is different than this. Say like similar people, different presentation. So we're going to watch that. That's 2 hours long. 2 hours in a single presentation. Again, this is the Olympics of queer Marxism right here. And then I have this one, and this is also has Jules and Elle of Transgender Marxism. And this one is from a year ago. And this says, the first collection of its kind, Transgender Marxism, is a provocative and groundbreaking union of transgender studies and Marxist theory. Hausman is pleased to welcome Jules and Elle, exploring trans lives and movements. The discussion will delve into the experience of surviving a transgender, considering the totality of gendered experiences under capitalism. Ding, 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 ding. It will explore the pressures, oppressions, and state persecutions faced by trans people living in capitalist societies, how they survive the damage done through their tenuous position in the workplace and the home, and give a powerful response to right-wing scaremongering against gender ideology. And all of these presentations are at least 2 years old. And I think that that's important because I want to see, I don't necessarily like seeing presentations like from right now, because what we find with socialism is that if we go back a couple years, we start seeing the talking points that socialists were talking about a couple years ago. We start seeing them show up today. So yeah, we're basically doing a coronation challenge, except we're doing queer Marxism challenge. I truly don't know if we're going to make it, guys. I really don't, but we're going to give it a good shot. Who's with me? Who wants a whole night of queer Marxism? I know you guys are all as crazy as I am. I know it. It's great. But guys, before we get into it, a couple orders of business. Now, of course, we will be playing bingo during our queer Marxism tonight. We may even switch it up. We're going to start with socialism bingo. Let's see if we can get some blackouts there. Pop it into the chat. Let me get it into the chat over on Rumble as well, just in case my friends over on Rumble want to play socialism bingo with us. if you get a bingo, please shout it out in the chat. Every card is unique. We hit generate card. We got a free square in the middle. If you're lucky, you get solidarity twice, which is my own little nod towards equity. And then we're going for lines, or we're going for corners, whatever floats your boat. Shout out bingo when you hit a bingo, and then we'll go for blackout bingo after that. Oh, you may need as many as several glasses of wine. Kurt bought a whole bottle of wine. Just, send the husband out to stock up, get some drinks and some snacks. We're going to be here a while. So we are doing bingo tonight, guys. Let us know when you get a bingo in the chat. Also, I do want to let you guys know that if you want to know what I'm streaming before the stream actually starts, just so you can decide if you want to join us or not, you can always subscribe to my Substack, The Cult. It is thecult.substack.com. And every time when you subscribe to The Cult, what you're going to do is get an email before I go live with the links that I'm going to be streaming on YouTube, Odyssey, Rockfit, and Rumble. And you also get the links to what we're going to watch or what we're going to talk about, because I'm trying to get around the fact that YouTube doesn't notify people when I'm going live, but I go live on a very consistent schedule, 5 p.m. Monday through Fridays, 6 o'clock on Saturdays. There might be other bonus streams in there depending on if I'm doing things on other people's schedules or not. And so, yeah, you can subscribe to The Cult to get updates there. But the one you want to make sure you subscribe to is my main Substack, Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. This is where I post the best unwoke content on the internet, the most unique unwoke content on the internet, not only breaking down the woke ideology for you in plain English with my Woke 101 series and my Woke Mind series, but I'm also taking you inside the craziest stuff you're going to see reported anywhere, to include the story that I broke yesterday, the story that quite literally no one else in the world has reported on except for me. They're building a groomer middle school exclusively for trans and non-binary kids. And who do I mean by they? Socialists. Because if you look at the website for this thing, and they're doing it in New York, by the way, and these are far left trans activists who are absolutely socialists. I say they're socialists because if you look on their website, it's got socialist language all over it, like liberation, abolition, collective power, stuff like that. These are socialists who are literally building a middle school to groom students. Their after-school programs start in the fall, and they're fundraising for the school right now. And I'm the only one reporting this information out to you on the internet. You can be the first to know by subscribing to my Substack, carlyn.substack.com. And if you want to support the work I'm doing, go ahead and sign up for a subscription for $5 a month, $50 a year. That really helps me out. That helps me infiltrate woke events. That helps me fund things that I want to do to continue to bring you guys this content. And I'm trying to get 200 new subscribers by next month. Not like the beginning of it, but like the end of next month around-ish. I'm keeping the deadline a little bit loose, but it will be like the end of next month. I'm already 25% of the way there, so thank you guys for that. We are way ahead of schedule, but I need to keep on track, because if I do not hit that new subscriber number that I want, I cannot infiltrate some of the events that I want to infiltrate in the back half of the year. And trust me, you want me to infiltrate the events that I want to infiltrate in the back half of the year. I'm going to have an article going up explaining why very soon. And this is content that you don't want to see anywhere. Is that by Glisten? No, that's not by Glisten, Angel Eyes, but I do actually have something I'm working on right now to to show explicitly that Glisten is training your kids how to be activists through GSAs in schools. Okay, Glisten is so problematic on so many levels. I've been talking about Glisten for almost a year right now, but I do actually have something, and I don't think anyone else actually has this. I have video evidence that Glisten is training your kids to be activists through the gender sexuality alliances that they establish in schools all over the country. So don't tell me Glisten ain't no far left organization, because I've got them on video literally talking about how they're getting kids into gender ideology, and then they're using these kids to get policies implemented in school districts that support radical gender ideology in school. I have the video on my desktop right now. I'm making clips of it, and there should be something going up on the Substack. Hopefully this weekend, but we're doing Queer Marxism Marathon tonight, so maybe it'll have to wait just a couple of days. But yeah, guys, please make sure you are subscribed to the Substack, and I really do appreciate it. And when you become a supporter, you are going to get to join us for movie night. We do movie night every Sunday at 8 p.m. in my supporter Discord. If you become a subscriber on this here YouTube channel, if you become a member of my locals, a paying member of my locals, if you become a member of my Patreon, if you become a paying member of my Substack, you are going to get to join us for movie night. And we are watching Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome as our honoring of Tina Turner. We were going to watch something different this week, but we changed it, and I'm really excited. I haven't seen this movie in a long time, and I'm really looking forward to it. Beth, let's give away a monthly membership for 10 comrades. What a nice gift, Beth. I really do appreciate that. What a nice gesture. Beth in with the perpetual queen of the chat. Again, thank you, Beth, for your support. I really, really appreciate it. All right, let me see. What other notes do I have? That's it. That's it. I've got some beer, too. I have 3 things of beer. I'm not going to talk about them because I would... Excuse me? Who the fuck are you? Go away. I'm already blocking socialists in the chat. Oh, this is going to be spectacular. All right, guys, let's dig into it. We got a lot of stuff to do tonight. And we're going to start off. And okay, a couple other notes before we get started. Of course, number 1, we have our 2 rules of the chat. Number 1, don't be a dick. Number 2, no whining. And those are our perpetual rules of the chat, okay? But with Socialism Saturday, if this is your first Socialism Saturday, or you have not been exposed to this content before, it might be a little confusing. It might be a little overwhelming. It might be a lot, okay? And I want you to know that thank you for supporting the Substack. I really appreciate it. I want you to know that if you're new to socialism and you don't understand what they're saying, it's not you, it's them. Because socialists speak in code, it might sound like they're speaking English. They are not speaking English. They are speaking some socialist language that they concocted in academia to confuse all the rest of us. They change the meanings of words. They change the definitions. They invent things out of nowhere. They create problems out of nowhere that don't exist anywhere else except in their heads until they agitate those problems into reality. And so if you don't understand what they're saying, that is normal. You are a normal person. The reason that we understand what they're saying is because we have watched a lot of socialism. And so after a while, you learn by osmosis, okay? And there are still times when I don't even understand what they're saying, but you learn by osmosis. The more socialism you watch, the more you'll understand it. And trust me, once you get over that kind of like initial hump of not understanding what they're saying, it's totally, totally worth it, because then you see it show up everywhere. You see it show up with the words your kids' teachers are using. You see it show up in the school board meeting. You see it show up at Target. You see it show up in all these places, and you're like, socialism, 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 Marxism, socialism, Marxism. I use those terms pretty interchangeably, to be honest, because for my purposes, I don't really care whether or not it's like technically Marxist or not. It's not actually the point, but it's totally worth it. And I promise you, if you just sit through a week or 2 of Socialism Saturday, you'll start to get it. Now, if you have questions about what is going on, please chat them in. I can try to explain some stuff. Other people in the chat can try to explain some stuff. We're all here to help each other learn this, because the more people that learn this, the better off we're going to be. Yes, you can indeed ask questions, Jenna, and I would encourage you to ask questions. And I might not always know the answer to the question. People in the chat might not always know the answer, but we can try to explain as best we can. I will try to do my very best to interpret. The chat tries to do their very best to interpret. We are all in this together, guys. We are all a team. So let's make sure we're treating each other respectfully and kindly, and just, offering our insights when we can. And if you have ideas about what's going on, please chat that in. I do keep an eye on the chat. And yeah, this is a learning stream. No bullshit, no nonsense, no shit posting. We are here to learn what these people think and how they think and what they're planning and what is actually going on in the world. And I promise you, this is like advanced AP class, okay? People who regularly come to Socialism Saturday and also to Happy Hour on Friday We know more about what's going on than like anyone on the internet. We really do. That's terrifying and a little unbelievable, but it's true. Well, you can watch my stream on autistic sex education and find out more about that, Yuri. I don't want to talk about that right now. All right, guys, let's dig in and let's get started because we have a lot to go over tonight. Let me set up my sound real quick. And we are starting with The Queer Left from Veriso Books. Let's get this party started.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for attending the launch of American Homo, part of Verso's Radical Thinkers set
American
on the historical queer
Homo.
left, in partnership with the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research. So I'll briefly introduce the books and the speakers and turn it over to Rebecca and Jeffrey. Radical Thinkers presents previously unpublished and out-of-print works from historical moments within the left. This newest collection examines
Why does
the
she look like a
interplay between
Mennonite?
Marxism and struggles for gay and lesbian liberation from the 1970s through the 1990s, and how these struggles changed American views of sexuality and the self within institutions such as the workplace and the family. Jeffrey Escoffier is the author of American Homo, Community and Perversity, which we have for sale here today, as well as the former executive editor of Socialist Review and the founder and publisher of Outlook. And Rebecca Ariel Porte is a member of the core faculty at the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research, where she teaches a spectrum of courses in literature, philosophy, and theory across centuries, cultures, and canons. She's currently at work on a book about Paradise, Arcadia, and the Golden Age. So I'll turn it over to Jeffrey now.
I want to introduce Rebecca actually first, and then I'll sort of set up.
Hopefully the sound gets better. Socialists suck at sound.
So I'm so grateful to be speaking here tonight and to be celebrating the release of Jeffrey's book, American Homo, and to be sitting with these co-panelists as well. And to you for being here and to Verso for hosting us. So thanks for all those things. I'm, as Emily just said, a member of the core faculty at the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research, which has been lucky enough to host Jeffrey as a research associate and a colleague and a comrade and a friend. And you'll be teaching your inaugural class next year, which we're very, very excited about. So just a few words about who we are. Some of you know already that the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research is an independent teaching and research institute that provides
How does my sound compared to theirs?
Education in the humanities and social sciences for working adults. So we sort of think of it as grad school for the masses. So one of BISR's primary curricular concerns is the creation of a sort of canon of the long now, one that serves the interests and the intellects of the communities in which we work and strives to synthesize different kinds of radical politics and aesthetics across a really diverse curriculum. So we teach texts ranging from Plato and Marx to James Baldwin, Angela Davis, and Eve Sedgwick. And we teach these texts both with and against the grain.
All right, thank you.
Although it's been tempting, and you'll hear more about this, I think, from our other panelists, for many different groups and for many different reasons, to sequester queer studies from other forms of radical endeavor on the left. Brooklyn Institute understands the logics of queer inquiry and leftist thought as necessary to one another rather than as marginal companions
we always
of
have
the
to
road.
futz with the sound because
Queer studies is a part of our urgent
badly.
vision
So
of a
thank you
canon
guys
of the
for
long
helping.
now, not because it requires any special pleading, but because any canon of the long now that's worth its salt can no more ignore the interventions of queer studies than it could critical theories of race, feminism, the post-colonial, or indeed critical theory itself. So these discourses are not entirely coextensive in their goals or methods, but nor are they marginal to one another. In fact, they are mutually integral, part of the same effort and the same conversation. And to recognize these synergies as a vital part of the work before us is, in some sense, the work before us. In theory, in practice, and in praxis. American Homo's deft navigations of community and perversity make this work visible. This is one of this
I do not know why she's
invaluable
pressed Amish.
contributions.
I have no idea.
It shows us
That
a
is a
little
great
of what is to
question.
be done And what's more, perversely and crucially in community, does the necessary work. So thank you, Jeffrey.
So this, personally, this was a very exciting thing. A book published 20 years ago, a book that I actually hadn't looked at for much of the 20 years. So it was very exciting to have someone say, oh, this was interesting, it's worth republishing. And in fact, I kind of think that being published in the Radical Thinker series is a little like getting an Academy Award. And you know, with people like Theodore Adorno, Juliet Mitchell, Judith Butler, George Lukács, all the Ernst Bloch, all these great, both past and dead thinkers, but also many contemporaries as well. So it's very, very exciting. And one of the, so I actually started rereading it. And I thought, oh, well, okay. The thing that struck me most, and the thing I was sort of, I guess it's to be expected since it's a series that is devoted to publishing works that were published in the past, is that the world that I wrote that book within, the intellectual world, the world that consisted of Marxist thinking, of thinkers like Sartre and Marcuse and Gramsci and Stuart Hall, those were the important thinkers to me. And that world doesn't exist in the same way that it once did. It was a world that also, you know, I approached my writing from the historical perspective and also from a sociological perspective. And since I wrote that book, those things have not been part of the dominant intellectual traditions that have fed queer life, queer studies, queer theory, LGBT, you know, whatever. The names are constantly changing. So that intellectual world doesn't exist anymore. And I was glad to see that this book maybe will help to revive some of that. And I hope it does do that.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Kazmar. Do you think they will give a definition of queer? No, because in the previous presentations that we've watched, they don't define queer. In fact, they say that queer is undefinable. But if I was to have it to give it a definition, anything that is outside of the norm, or like normativity, heteronormativity, cis normativity, whatever the hell normativity, that's going to be the definition of queer. Is anything that goes, remember, the four goals of the woke left are always and forever the same: gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. So the definition of queer is going to be whatever is going to allow them to gain power by destabilizing the system. The system is the norm, what we all exist in right now. So queer is going to go directly against the norm. Whatever the norm is, it's going to be the opposite of that. Does that make sense? Yes, Stephen says the beauty of using the word queer is that it is undefinable. Exactly.
I also just wanted to say a little about the other books. So my book was published in 1998. The other three books in this set were published in 1980. So basically that meant that over the course of the 70s, from 1969 and then Stonewall Rebellion to 1980, that all those of us who saw ourselves on the left and also within the lesbian and gay movement, as it was then called, we were trying to think through and develop the categories about gender and sexuality in addition to
Don't
those
spam my chat. I'm literally on Rumble right now. You got to look there.
Materialism or things that brought together things that normally hadn't been brought together before. And I want to say one of the volumes is I think particularly, I would say it's the most
I can try to turn him up a little bit more.
All four, and that is Homosexuality, Politics, Power, and Politics.
Is that better?
Which was an anthology.
Is that okay?
Publication created in the UK called Gay Left, and Gay Left was the first development of what later became social constructionist theory about identity and sexuality. It preceded Foucault, and yet it developed a kind of Marxist and sociological analysis of gay oppression. And many of the people who wrote for it went on to write many other very important and significant works. But that book, I would say, was the foundation of whatever can be called queer left or gay left or whatever you want to call it. And that book was important to me and to virtually every other queer person who was a leftist at the time. Amber Holloway has a piece in that book, and I assume you'll talk a little about that. In any case, so I hope you buy the set, and the other volumes have many essays from very different political points of view. I remember
Because
there's
socialists
an
suck
essay
at
in one of the books that
technology.
I totally
They're
hated
really
when it was
bad at it.
published. I still hate it, but you know, everyone was trying to think it through, and it was all new. We didn't really know how to do that. So we learned by doing this process of writing in this period of time. So now I think I've forgotten one thing I wanted to mention, and that was, I did it. So so right now I want to introduce my friend Hector Lionel.
Hopefully Hector will speak into the
And he
microphone.
will explain.
Oh
he
gosh.
has
Wow.
a particular, what I would call a musical interpretation of American Homo.
Oh no. He's gonna sing. Oh no. Here we go.
Good evening. I am honored and humbled to be in the presence of so many amazing intellectuals and thinkers. I am merely a song and dance man, but I'm gonna do a little musical journey through American Homo.
Turning the volume down a little
In
bit.
the introduction to American Homo, when we recognize ourselves as homosexuals, as queer, lesbian, trans, non-binary, there are three phases, as Jeffrey writes, of homosexual emancipation. In the first one, I quote, we begin to narrate our autobiographies in new ways. This first song is kind of like the gay national anthem. You can feel free to stand, you can feel free to take a knee. And it is about that longing of knowing when you recognize something in yourself, of wondering if there is such a place that is going to welcome you, especially when you grow up not knowing, in a context where you're not exposed to homosexual people, to queer people. Like myself, I grew up in Puerto Rico, isolated from the whole community, but I would dream that one day I would come to a place like this and find acceptance and find love, and so did many others, friends of Dorothy.
Someone pray a rosary right now.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of.
All right, I'm sorry. We've got a lot of stuff to watch today. I'm fast forwarding through the Somewhere Over the Rainbow song and dance number. I'm sorry.
Of Adorno's famous
I can't. We've got too much to do.
Promise of happiness, and that's why one of the reasons why I felt it was appropriate to have singing and music here tonight. And now I would like to introduce my dear and old friend Amber Holloway, who I met her in 1977, I think.
Oh, what the hell just happened? What the hell just happened? The stream stopped. Hang on. We're going to get it back. Don't worry. I don't know what the hell button I just hit to make the stream stop. There we go. We're back.
And now I would like to introduce my dear and old friend, Amber Halabau, who I met her in 1977, I think. I'm sorry, in 1977. And we've been political colleagues and comrades over these years, all these years. So I'd like to introduce her, and she will say a few words about all this queer left stuff.
Hopefully with a better microphone.
I was really thrilled when Jeff invited me to do this. Jeff is one of my oldest friends. We've known each other since the 70s. We've been in more study groups than anybody should ever be in. We were in a moment when we met that was an extraordinary explosion of queer thinking amongst a group of people that now, some of which are well known, but really nobody knew any queer thinkers at that point because it wasn't considered important to radical movements to have a perspective that was inclusive of queer thinking and queer definition of change. And Jeff, from that moment forward, has really been
Look at the title of the book that she wrote. Contributor, Homosexuality, Power, and Politics. When I say that the one of the 4 primary goals of the woke left is to gain as much power as possible, just look for how often they use the word power. Why does being a homosexual have anything to do with power and politics? Being a homosexual is about who you want to sleep with, right? But they frame everything in terms of political power. They will use anything they can to gain political power. And you'll start seeing it anywhere. Just like if you memorize no rule of or a goal of the woke left except for that they want to gain as much power as possible, just start looking for how often you see the word power show up in relation to race, in relation to gender, in relation to trans stuff, in relation to disability stuff, in relation to fat studies. Like, you see it all the effing time. You stopped in the middle of my interpretive dance. How dare I? I am sorry. I am sorry. I stopped in the middle of the gay national anthem, which apparently is somewhere over the rainbow. I apologize. It's all my fault.
An unusual and critical thinker in the queer left. He refused to give up his own capacity to understand the world in a way that brought together Marxism, social justice, and queer thinking, and queer historical work, which all of us at that point that were thinking together considered fundamentally important because queerness was not understood as something that was historical. It was as though we had Stonewall had kind of popped us out of the sidewalk, and there we were waving our particular flags. And so many of us that were queer thinkers also felt that we needed to find our own history.
Exactly.
In order
It's
to
a
be able
rest
to
in
do
power
more than
rather
a
than
simple
rest in
personal
peace.
narrative
Precisely.
about our LGBT identities. And Jeff was one of the people that was most fundamental in insisting on that work and insisting on being out as he did that work. When he was the editor of Socialist Review, once called Socialist Revolution, but they changed it.
Yes, they do. if you want to know why they unironically call each other comrade, you want to go back to last week's Socialism Saturday. We did a whole 3-part class on how to be the very best comrades we could be and what a comrade is and the history of comradeship and when you might disconnect from a comrade. And they're serious about this comrade stuff. It's not a joke. It's not a nickname. It is actually something that's integrated as a vital part of their culture. And basically, to be a comrade means that you are all working towards the same political goal. It's not about being best friends. It's not even about liking each other. It's like you're working on the same team to achieve the same political goal. And they view the title of comrade as something that is like it is an honor to be a comrade. But good point, Jenna.
I wonder why.
Over and over again.
Over and over again. And SR was behind a bookstore called Modern Times Bookstore, which is where I worked. And we would get together in the hallway to discuss the new books that had come in from the New Left Review or whatever. I don't want to take a lot more time, but I want to say that Jeff has consistently, through time, been a public intellectual, which is often a very complicated relationship, someplace between the academy and the community. It's often not understood as a place of intellectual labor, and the work is not considered fundamental, either in the academy or in the left. The left has been particularly brutal, in my opinion, about integrating the thinking around sexuality, around gender, and around a different form of considering a worldview that's embedded in things which are not otherwise considered critical. And it's been bitter to often be a public intellectual, period, but to really be ignored both in the left and in the queer movement often if you're doing intellectual work. We don't have a community that has a framework to engage in intellectual work in the way that we once did. And for many of us, that's an agenda that we are trying to figure out how to change. But because of this, I think the republishing of American Homo is both a public and a publishing recognition of Jeff's critical thinking. It matters. It has always mattered. It has often been unrecognized, but it has a kind of value and integrity that I think the republishing of American Homo underscores, and Jeff's work hopefully will be seen in a much more public circumstance as current now, not current in the past.
Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Christopher Mitchell, who is a good friend. And I met him when he approached me saying that he wanted to write his dissertation about the economic history of the queer community. And that he was particularly wanted to use the framework I had started to develop in an essay in American Homo called The Political Economy of the Closet. So I want him to talk a little.
Thanks. It's great to be on this panel with everybody. I have to say, I first.
Why do none of the men know how to use
Jeffrey's
the
work when I was
microphones?
an undergraduate at Texas Tech University. And West Texas is a place that needs both queer liberation and Marxist revolution very badly. And it's soon, yes, not soon enough. Jeffrey's essay, Homosexuality and the Sociological Imagination, was in a reader that was edited by Kathy Pice. And that was my first encounter with his work. And it was at a time where I was coming out, but also kind of figuring out what it meant to be queer intellectually and trying to figure out an analysis of that.
This is as
And
loud
I
as it
was,
goes,
I
Beth,
was reading a
sadly.
lot of
I
Foucault,
literally have
and
it
it was very
turned up as far as it
disorienting
can go.
because you sort of come out, you become very moored to this identity, and then you're told that it's kind of a cultural fiction or a social fiction, which may be why there's sometimes a disconnect between community and academy. And Jeffrey's explanation kind of made sense. It kind of re-anchored me to the world, and it gave me, in some ways, it gave me an anchorage into the material. And I think that's what queer left critique kind of does. And I was thinking about this earlier because I think, and I don't know if he's here or not, but Hugh Ryan, oh, he is here. He was posting some comics from a left, non-queer left, that was kind of part of a Marxist tradition that describes homosexuality, gender nonconformity as kind of a symptom of capitalist decadence. And this is kind of the original Marxist position. Marx and Engels have this famous exchange where they describe the earning phenomenon of 1870s Germany as a symptom of capitalist decline. You know, Harry Hay, who is sometimes called the founder of gay politics in the United States, was expelled from the Communist Party in the 1950s for exactly those reasons. And so the idea that there could be possibility of a queer left critique is something of a conundrum or a problem in the 1960s and 1970s. And I think it's people like Amber and Jeffrey who kind of made such a critique possible. You know, I have gotten a little bit away from my notes, but I think in some ways, the work that's represented by this series, also the work of the anthologies that are published, were kind of an attempt to understand the social phenomena of gay identity. And I think gay identity in the 1960s and 1970s had a much more expansive meaning. It also included people who today we would describe as trans. And so I think there is an attempt to understand this as a social phenomenon, not as something that is, you know, just a product of biology where, you know, the people are popping out of the sidewalk after Stonewall. And so at any rate, I think that Jeffrey's work especially is kind of a systematic attempt to really understand this. The second encounter that I really had with this work was when I was working at the Oscar Wilde bookstore, another connection between leftists and bookstores. And I had dropped out of grad school for all intents and purposes, and I thought I would work in the bookstore forever, kind of like the hero in Keep the Aspidistra Flying, which is another great George Orwell kind of lefty novel. And I picked this book up, and almost within a week of buying this book, my boss announced that the Oscar Wilde was closing down. And I realized then that you know, queer life was not immune to the ups and downs of capitalist crisis. And I totally started to rethink what I was doing in graduate school and what I wanted to do with my project. And the political economy of the closet just kind of leapt out at me. I actually met Jeffrey years before I worked up the courage to actually ask him to work on my project. And I'm still sometimes in awe that he said yes, and that, you know, my mentor is Jeffrey Escoffier. I'm very proud of myself. Over the years, I've really come to love Jeffrey, but I don't think that his work is just kind of, you know, I have had a lot of disagreements with Jeffrey. I don't think it's just a product of this intellectual world. I think in a lot of ways, he anticipated what we're still talking about. You know, among other things, I think when he thinks about discourse, and especially in his essay on homosexuality and the sociological imagination, it's really an attempt to understand the material basis of queer life in terms of books and publishing and how that impacts and sort of shapes people's ideas about identity. And I think his essay about the closet is actually, in some ways, an essay more about gender than it is sexual orientation. I think it builds on a series of very influential, very important works about the relationship between capitalism and gay identity, which is the title of a very good essay by John D'Amelio. But whereas D'Amelio's essay is about sexual orientation, Jeffrey Escoffier's essay is about the way that the closet dynamics are sort of shaped by gender. And in some ways, he sort of explains how homosexuality can become a gender conforming identity, and the ways in which those people on the outside of that sort of circle are the real people who are kind of pushing the avant-garde of the movement. They are the people who are never really in the closet, and so they are the people who kind of drive the movement forward. And then the final thing I think that's really interesting about Jeffrey's work, and it's something that he is working on, is the fact that there are a lot of things about our culture that don't really count as important to other people that are very important to us. And I think whether that is sex work or pornography, there's a tendency to devalue these aspects of human life and human sexuality.
Okay, so when someone says there are things that are very important to our culture, as in queer culture in this case, that are not important to other people, I just don't expect them to follow up with, like, sex work and pornography. Like, is this guy basically saying that the defining characteristics that are most important to queer culture that us normies just don't understand are sex work and pornography? And if you don't value those things, you fundamentally devalue human life? Now listen, I don't particularly care about sex work. I also don't particularly care about pornography. I think that all sex work should be legal as long as it's voluntary and consensual. What you do with your body is your business. And I don't think, like, I think porn is fine as long as it's over 18, people are consenting, all that stuff. No one is forcing you to consume it. But I'm not going to say that, you know what are the pinnacles of culture in my in group? Sex work and pornography.
Except within
Oh.
in a certain queer tradition. And I think Jeffrey really is, in some ways, kind of the beginnings of that. I think he
Yeah, I
anticipated
mean,
a lot of that. And so I
it would
really
become
think
capitalist if they
most people
legalized it.
don't
Great point,
recognize
Ellie.
or appreciate the debt that they owe to Jeffrey. But those of us who do, I think it is almost kind of a systematic organizational architectural structure to our work. And I was having this conversation with my editor, and she said exactly the same thing. Jeffrey is just a foundational figure, and
It was
I'm
like they just
really,
slid
really
it right in
pleased
there
that
too.
American Homo is back to kind of show the beginnings and the underpinnings of a lot of the intellectual work that scholars are undertaking today. So thank you. I'm so honored, Jeffrey.
Thank you. Books are a funny thing, and they're a little like children. You work hard to produce them and cultivate them. Then you send them out into the world. You do a little to help them in the beginning, like you do book parties and try to get people to read it and buy it. But after a while, not much you can do, and they make their own way. So I kind of, if I were publishing like a totally new edition of, I would dedicate this to, actually I want to mention three people I would dedicate it to. One is a man who died 5 years ago named Doug Ireland. Doug Ireland was a left-wing journalist, worked for a bunch of newspapers in New York, Soho News. I think he worked for the Village Voice. He wrote for Libération. He was a fan and a friend of American Homo from almost the day it was born. And over the years, he repeatedly would tell people, oh, you have to get something from Jeffrey Escoffier because he wrote American Homo. And so a lot of things that I wrote were because Doug told people that I should write for them. So I would dedicate it to him. I would also dedicate it to Chris Mitchell, who's also been a friend of American Homo and uses it in his teaching. And it's one of the ways in which American Homo has remained alive up to the present. So, and last but not least, my mother died last week at the age of 95 with severe dementia, with some blindness. And I'd like to dedicate it to her because while she was never totally comfortable, I would say, with my gayness or my leftness, she nevertheless throughout encouraged me to do what I thought was the right thing to do and to be who I was. She never stepped back from that. And even with all her dementia, I recently told her I was in love with someone, and she said, "Oh, it was a man or a woman?" So she got it. So so now, unfortunately, one of the speakers who was going to be here tonight, Richard Kim from The Nation, was sick
The
today and was
Nation.
not able to come. So now I'd like to ask
All right.
Hector Lionel to come back
No,
and continue.
we are not singing another song, Hector. No, I don't care. I don't want singing. We got too much to do tonight. What? What?
Love was just a glance away, a warm embracing dance away, and ever since that night we've been together, lovers at first sight, in love forever. It turned out so right for strangers in the night. Da do da do do da 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 dee da da do da 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 da. Strangers in the night, strangers in the night, strangers in the night.
You're welcome. What's next on the program, guys?
All right. So I met Jeffrey not through American Homo, but through another one of his books that at one point was like a Bible to me, Sexual Revolution. I think it's bigger than the Bible, actually. If you look at it, it's really big. And I came across this book in high school for my sociology class at senior year. I needed to choose a topic and base my whole senior year on this topic and do all my research. And that topic for me was the sexual revolution. So I discovered American Homo. I'm sorry, Sexual Revolution, and it opened my eyes completely. It did change my life. I learned for the first time about
True.
Kinsey. I learned about the Stonewall riots. I learned about all of the cultural implications that the gay liberation movement had through the decades. And I think a book like Sexual Revolution and a book like American Homo is it's necessary today more than ever, perhaps be, because today we are supposed to be enjoying the fruits of that artificial uh, heteronormativity that was planted by the neoliberal agenda, and we're supposed to be happy and we're supposed to get married and we're supposed to have our little communities and fit in, and of course still be treated by most people, if not by the law, as second-class citizens. So I think in a time like this is a book like American Homo, a book like Sexual Revolution, that brings us back to why we fought in the first place.
I want you to know, and this is something you might overlook if you don't understand queer Marxism. Do you know how he just said, they expect us just to have our get married and have these families and have normal lives and still be treated differently? That's called cis heteronormativity. Okay? And so what queer Marxism tells them is, you don't if you just get married and you just have a family like the normal cis the normal cis heterosexuals, then you are ascribing to cis heteronormativity, and that's not queer. You are trying too hard to assimilate to the norm. You are trying too hard to assimilate to the system. You're not supposed to do that within queer Marxism. You're supposed to do everything you can to rebel against having a family, raising kids, doing all those things, having like a like monogamous relationship, doing whatever. And so that's what he's saying when he said, they're they just want us to do all these things and they're still not going to treat us the same, which this was in 2018. I'm sorry. No one was treating gay people different in 2018 except for a very small fraction of people. The point is not to solve discrimination against gay people, trans people, what have you. The point is that they want to basically get these people to rebel against every system that has been set up and is productive in society. No, drinking cheesecake flavored beer is delicious. Murphy's Pool.
To the freedoms that we fully had,
And I
so
have
that we
strawberry
don't
vanilla
lose
beer
them
right now.
again for other shiny rewards. And that's how I met Jeffrey.
So there are a couple of announcements that I have some friends here who will make.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Are we actually going to get to the content of the book?
So there are a couple of announcements. So can Rob and Max come on up and explain your projects to us? As these are queer left projects of somewhat similar way, but coming from different people, different places.
Hi, Rob, and so
Hang on, I got a super chat coming in. Thank you for the super chat, Renan. Would you say anarcho-syndicalism is an offshoot of Marxism? I have no idea. I'm sorry. I don't think about things in these terms. I really don't. I generally don't like breaking down into all the different categories. For me, it usually comes down to like, do you believe in private property or not? Do you believe in authoritarianism or not? And that's pretty much the extent that I think like like how much time people spend making these little tiny subcategories of all the different political belief systems, I think, no offense, is a big waste of time. Do you believe in private property? Yes, no. Do you believe in authoritarianism? Yes, no. Generally those two things will align, but I guess not always. And that's as far as I break it down at the moment. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
my project is called School of Thought. That's THOT, and it's basically a project within primarily targeted at gay men within the gay community, particularly online, on Twitter and other social media, to sort of talk critically about our community and to address
That means
some
critical
things that
theory.
continue to sort of like
Talk
need to
critically
be
means
addressed
critical
and sort
theory.
of need to be discussed. Wow, I'm not doing well with articulating right now, but so my background, I'll just talk really quickly about my background. So after high school, I went 2 years to the University of California in Santa Cruz, where it's where I sort of encountered queer left thinking for the first time. After 2 years, I
Oh,
left school. I
encountered
went and
it
I
in the
worked a little bit in
university.
public health
You
and
don't say.
advocacy and working peer education, drug education, needle exchange, that kind of thing. I went back after a few years to Washington, D.C., where I went back to finish my degree with every intention of going into academia and becoming an intellectual of some sort. But in DC, I discovered naked dancing, and I discovered that I could make money off of my body and that I could support myself in that way. And given what I had come to understand from queer left thinking and queer left work, I went really hard in that direction. So, you know, for me, dancing, sex work, pornography became a way of expressing my radical sort of position within the world, my desire to live a queer life, my desire to live a non-corporate life, a non-assimilated life. And like I said, I went really hard that way for like over a decade. And
See? What did I tell you? The whole thing about queer culture, it has nothing to do with it honestly really doesn't have anything to do with being gay. It has nothing to do with who you sleep with. Queer is about not assimilating to normal, normie, cis heteronormative culture. It is about rebelling against everything that most people in society do, rebelling against having a traditional biological family, rebelling against kind of like getting married, settling down. They don't want to do any of this stuff, having a relationship that only has like, you know, two people in it. They're very big on polyamorous relationships. There's a town, Somerville, Massachusetts, just legalized polyamorous marriage. So like married, basically polygamy, marriage with more than like two people in it. And so when you think queer, they're never going to define it because queer defies definition in the eyes of these people. Queer is anything that destabilizes the system. Again, 4 goals of the woke left: gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, and then usher in their Marxist utopia. Queer is fundamentally designed to destabilize the system by actively rebelling against every staple that upholds American society. Does that make sense to people?
I started a porn business, which I've been in for over probably maybe 13, 14 years. Which it, for a long time did feel very radical, you know, particularly, you know, making gay fetish sex videos was really liberating for a long time. Although recently it's come to feel more just sort of like another sort of capitalistic kind of enterprise. So I've sort of fallen out of love with that. And I'm now reapproaching my first love, which was queer left thinking and queer theory, and trying to bring through school of thought to trying to assimilate a lot of my life experience within sex work and kind of being really on the fringe of gay sexuality in that world, and sort of bring it together with sort of my theoretical world and my intellectual world. And the pieces that I've done so far on School of Thought have talked about assimilation.
And by the way, guys, there's nothing wrong, I don't think, with, again, doing sex work, doing porn, as long as it's voluntary. There's nothing wrong with, like, you know, being into fetish stuff. We like what we like. There's nothing inherently wrong about that. And there's and those aren't necessarily acts of political activism, okay? Where it crosses into queer theory and critical theory is that you engage in sex work because it's a rebellion against the system. It's why you're doing it. It's not necessarily, I'm sure I'm sure it's enjoyable enough, right? But like, it's the reason that matters. There are people who engage in sex work because it's a way to pay the bills and maybe it's a job that they enjoy. Okay, fine. This guy is doing it because maybe it's a way to pay the bills, it's a job he enjoys, and he sees it as a direct rebellion against the system. It destabilizes the system. He does porn and makes porn and does fetish stuff because it is a direct rebellion against the system. It's not just about like you like what you like. So the why is important. And this is why, like, I will never demonize like people who do sex work or who like porn or things like that, because like, who really cares? What you do with your body is your business. But if you're doing it directly to rebel against the system, then I'm going to go, okay, what is this really all about then? Because for most people, watching porn is not actually a political act. Why are you making it a political act? It's the political act that's the problem.
And written critically about the gay rights movement being, you know, sort of catering it to kind of like the donor class and not addressing the needs of the people who've been, you know, sort of on the front lines of living queer lives and enduring those experiences. And, you know, because again, like I come from that world and I also come from public health world. So I really am very associated and very close with a lot of underserved communities, and we were never caring about marriage or any of that stuff. You know, we always had so much more stronger and more pertinent needs that were never really being addressed by our I guess you would call them leadership. So that's kind of where I am now, and I am looking forward to networking and meeting with anybody else who kind of maybe has a similar perspective or a similar thing, or wants to collaborate or work together or support each other in any way. So that's my story. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Max Fox. I have a kind of similar project actually, but we've only really just met a couple.
Maybe they'll make Gay Born
minutes ago.
together
So I gave
for
Sharon
both
to
their
talk about that.
projects.
But my project is called Pinko, and it's a journal of gay communism, and it sort of
heard of
is in
Pinko.
some ways responding to the challenge that
A journal of gay
Jeffrey and
communism.
Amber, posed about how there's a lack of a kind of public venue or public intellectual community for thinking through these questions. It's an idea that I've had.
Oh, guys. Okay. Jenna's new, so we're all going to be very nice to Jenna. Jenna wants to know who has the babies. Does anyone want to explain to Jenna who has the babies in the perfect Marxist utopia? Jenna, we are about to blow your mind, girl. We are. This is a pop quiz for the chat. We'll see who's been paying attention. Who has the babies? Surrogates. Surrogacy. The babies come from surrogacy. Surrogates. And if they can get it to be a non-human surrogate, like a birthing pod or gestating the baby in a brain dead body, yes, exactly. The state grows the babies, just like in Brave New World or The Giver or any of those other or Logan's Run or any of those other dystopian movies. The state grows the babies. The state distributes the babies. That is the real answer. It's called Abolish the Family, and our favorite Abolish the Family activist, Sophie Lewis, is coming up in the very next presentation along with Michelle O'Brien, who is also an Abolish the Family activist.
For a long time, but actually talking with Jeffrey, he sort of convinced me that the circumstances call for this because there are more and more people identifying as gay communists or queer leftists or whatever. There's not a really clear idea what that means. And one of the reasons why is that there's no venue for working this out publicly. And so the idea is to provide that venue and to reconnect the current sort of like gay left or whatever with this historic gay left that the set is about kind of recirculating. So yeah, the idea is it's very much in embryo right now. So it's like some kind of a journal, perhaps twice a year. The idea is we will put out essays and historical things that are interventions of the present, but also kind of republishing archival things that.
Autumn, Sophie Lewis has written 2 books. One is called Feminism Against Family. The other is called Abolish the Family, Full Surrogacy Now. Your beef is with your own side. And you're not going to be calling anyone here nut jobs. We have watched your videos. We've watched your activists. We have been doing this every single week, multiple times a week for 9 months. We know who your activists are and we know what they think.
Deserve to be in the hands of, gay revolutionaries in the present. I wrote a little larger justification for sort of like politically and intellectually why I think it's a worthwhile idea. I don't know if I need to go through all of it, but so the idea is that it would be a venue for reuniting the revolutionary critique of sexuality, which is the legacy of the gay left, the queer left, with the revolutionary critique of property, which is the sort of broader Marxist tradition. I think that the greatest honor that you can pay a radical tradition, but that came before you, is to subject it to serious critique as if your liberation and your collective survival depended on it, which I think it does. And I think it's clear that we're not getting out of this political conjuncture without some sort of transformation of the current sexual order, even if people wanted it to. So there needs to be some kind of serious engagement with revolutionary politics and queer politics that is lacking currently in the publishing world. In the sort of like left publishing world, in the academic publishing world, there's this huge gap, and I think that people really would benefit from having a venue for working these questions out. So if you're interested, it's still, you know, in need of help in terms of, like, let's say coding the website or being a you know, generous benefactor or a contributor or whatever. But right now it exists as a WordPress that I made the other week. Visit it. It's at
Pinko has
pinko.online.
grown quite a
That's
bit since then.
pinko.online.
I
not
legitimately have heard of
.com,
it
but
before this.
.online, and like sign up and put your name in if you're interested in getting updates about it. Thanks.
And so now it's time to hear from Hector about the last phase of the American Homo dialectic.
No more singing. No. Did Hector put on a gold headband? He did. Holy shit. No. The gold headband is not enough to convince me to listen to the singing, Hector. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys.
So we're sort of coming to the end, and I realized I hadn't really ever thought in planning this. I was kind of bossy and took control of this whole thing. So I actually had never thought of having a question and answer session. But what I would like to do is just finish the program, and then it'll be a little anticlimactic, but let's have questions for at least for about 10 minutes or something. So I just wanted to, so as a closing thing, and the music was something that was proposed to me by Hector, and I had never really thought about. And as he developed, he said the songs have to be appropriate, and I did want to, and we looked for like a queer left song. There is no such thing. So I do want to just sort of think a little about the current political situation and just note that I kept asking people for the last week, what are the most atrocious things currently happening politically?
Oh, that's a good question.
The list is long, and
keep in mind, this was in 2018, so this is several years ago, just for context.
Horrific. I mean, just three things I can think of was, first of all the whole climate change, the pulling out of the treaty, the Paris Treaty, all the kind of corporate shenanigans that have been taking place, and the fact that there is now no attention in the United States to this as a political issue and part of the federal government. The separation of children and parents at the border among immigrants.
Still going on today, by the way.
Decision to make to not allow transgender individuals to serve in the military, and the list goes on. And I do want to have one sort of acknowledgement here that we belong to the left, and it's important that we acknowledge that and that we build the links between those of us who are queer, LGBT, trans, gay, and the left, and that just to help remind ourselves and think, I would like to turn to a left anthem tonight. So, okay, a little technical.
Is there more singing? What's this? Oh no, are we watching a video? A sing-along? All right, I don't want to do this because I don't want to get a copyright strike. Sorry, I don't want to get a copyright strike.
I will myself post something on Facebook to promote that.
I don't want to mess around. Q&A. Do Q&A. Q&A is always the best part.
Comments, complaints, critiques. We used to have after meetings in a certain
My
period-
critique is that the topic that they talked about most in this presentation was pornography and sex work. And I just think that that is an interesting thing that I was not expecting.
this criticism, self-criticism section.
They were miserable.
Oh, they were horrible. They were horrible.
Autumn, no lying
We
about
used to
me or I'm
make
going to
up,
block
like,
your
the
ass.
funny things
Reading is
get
fundamental. That's
away
not what
with.
I said.
That weren't too serious.
You're starting to
Yes,
show your
Marx, Marx.
socialist, Autumn.
My sister, Deirdre.
Can you tell us the most powerful points about your book for those of us who have not read it yet?
Yes, let's talk about the book, please.
That's really hard. I do think that, America, let me just so at the time that I was finishing up, it's a collection of essays, really. It's kind of like a intellectual autobiography. One of the things I do in the book is I explain the circumstances under which I wrote each of the essays. And what I really wanted, and I feel like the title American Homo is partly because I didn't want to say LGBT. I just think it's ugly. And I couldn't, lesbian and gay wasn't adequate anymore. Queer hadn't quite gained the currency that it had after that. When that book was published, it was right around the time when queer theory emerged and when lesbian and gay studies became institutionalized and established in the university.
80s.
And to some extent, partly because of the intellectual framework of American Homo, it wasn't incorporated into the curriculum of queer theory or lesbian gay studies or queer studies or whatever it's called. And so, but in the writing of that, for me, and this was my experience really, that it was very, very important to be part of a community and and that was a very important step, and we benefited from that kind of community. But at the same time, communities, all communities, have norms, and those norms begin to reshape and shape our behavior. And so one of the things, and particularly once the AIDS epidemic really became overwhelming, I felt like the reason I'm a homosexual is because I like to have sex with men. And I prefer homosexual to something that doesn't stress that at all. The sex always seemed important to me, and that's what made us different than other people. So I never wanted to forget about the sex, and that's why sexual perversity is very important. And even Freud himself, when he defines perversity, for him, it's all non-reproductive sexual acts. So kissing is a perverse act in Freud's very strict and narrow definition. And so I feel like the book in many different ways sort of contends with the conflicts that grew up in becoming part of and being part of and creating a community. And at the same time, I just wanted to remind everybody over and over again that sex, who you have sex with, how you have sex, is really important. That's sort of.
Jeffrey and everyone, thank you so much for this conversation tonight. I heard a lot of mentions about kind of the gaps in academia, the failure for academia to bridge, I think, political action and praxis. I was just wondering if you could say a little bit more about that. Is
The failure of academia to bridge political action and practice. I'll be interested to hear what they say about this. Why is it academia's job to bridge political action and praxis? It's almost like you're suggesting that it is the job of the universities to create activists. Autumn was not blocked. Autumn was put in a timeout because Autumn was lying about me, and I told her not to. Because I don't believe Autumn's actually a guy either. Autumn claims to have he, him pronouns and be cis. I don't believe it. I think Autumn's a girl. I do. It's an energy thing. Socialists always lie. Never believe them.
the criticism that
Oh, shoot.
academia just doesn't want to get messy and engage in like actual politics? And if so, what would that look like?
Well, I mean, I've lived almost my entire life as an intellectual outside the university. I have taught on a kind of casual basis, off and on, not very many times, actually, over 30 some years. And I've been in debate with people in academia, and it's very important. And at the same time, I felt, and I remember one of the essays in American Homo is called Inside the Ivory Closet. And it's about the establishment of lesbian and gay studies. And in that article, it was published in Outlook magazine. And in that article, I say that, and Amber referred to, so when Amber and I met, one of the first things we were involved with was something called the San Francisco Lesbian and Gay History Project. We focused on history. And we were all leftists. So it was an important part to develop that and to that. No one else was doing history. No academics were writing gay history. The first one was John D'Amelio. Then there were more and more, yes. And then when queer studies emerged, it emerged more as a study, a literary study, and not as a historical study or not as a sociological study. So it never really addressed many of the issues around history and the causation of historical change and things like that. So so I always thought of myself, I was Antonio Gramsci, the Italian Marxist, was very, very important to me. And one of the things that he talked about is the different kinds of intellectuals there are. And he talked about something he called the organic intellectual, which was the intellectual who was a working class person or represented the community that he or she came from. And that I saw myself in that role. I saw myself as an organic intellectual as part of the lesbian and gay community. And so I was just as serious about my intellectual endeavors as any academic would be. So I don't, when that article, so when that was published, one of the people who later became a very, very prominent organizer of lesbian and gay studies at a number of universities, we were at a conference and he said, Jeffrey, what do you, I'm really upset at your article because I had said one of the risks that the academics face in developing lesbian and gay studies.
We'll get there soon, Stephen. We're almost there.
And he refused to
The
shake
sound
my
will be
hand
so much better
because I
too.
had said that. And then he told on me to Eve Sedgwick, who also then said Jeffrey. So so I just feel like to me that's a silly thing. Why would they think that that wasn't a risk? That's already a mistake if you think that's not a risk. So to me, it's always been important to be part of my community and to represent that as an intellectual. And I was on Socialist Review. I the left, Socialist Review was very accepting of me, and they knew. I mean, I was completely open and out and everything. At the same time, one time we used to do exchange ads with other publications, and I don't know what exactly provoked this, but I did an exchange ad with a magazine called Straight to Hell, and so I don't know if anyone remembers Straight to Hell. It was this incredibly raunchy magazine with all these sex stories. I never knew whether they were true or they purported to be true. I often thought that Boyd McDonald, the editor, made them up because they were so wonderful and detailed and consistent and everything like that. And so, and they were shocking often. So anyway, I did an exchange ad with Straight to Hell, and in the ad it said it would advertise an anthology of Straight to Hell thing, and it said meet. It was called Meet How Men Taste, Smell, and Feel, or something like that. And a whole host of readers of Socialist Review wanted me fired because of that.
Really?
And so, and then there was
I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of
an
ballsy.
article we
Actually, I have
published
respect for
by
that.
Dennis Altman, in which he said that a 12-year-old girl would be safer in a gay bathhouse
It's
than
true.
on a subway
Yes.
station. And that's totally true, And so those are the kind of things that are, I think, grow out of a kind of awareness that a gay person or a queer person might have about these things, and they kind of conflict with the norms that
So meta with like
that various
a
other communities
projector
have
in the
developed. And
background.
to me, that's the struggle. That's the struggle. Nothing's going to be perfect. Nothing's going to be conflict free. So I feel like the book is partly a constant argument with both.
See, the thing is, I'm not even remotely a prude. Like, I have been around the production of porn. I have gone to an adult entertainment, like it was a long ass time. It was like we're talking like 20 years ago now, but like I've been to porn conferences. I was friends with porn stars in college. And so it's not like I'm some sort of prude. Like but it's just like it shocks me to hear it brought up in this context when we're talking about like porn as a political act, or like fetishes as like a political act, or like it's just it I don't get it. That's not what it Anyway.
My fellow queers and with the left and with other people about, what the fuck are we doing?
Hang on. Why is even every porn actor referred to as a porn star? Because some of them are. They have these subcultures. I mean, look at OnlyFans. There are entire communities of people who like obsess about porn stars, things like that. Black Magic, thank you for the super chat. I think it's funny how much these bourgeois depend on working class knuckle grabbers like me to guide them through life to do things they can't. Indeed, Black Magic. Indeed. I mean, I had some great one-night stands in my day. I did. And there is something about that first time that you're undressing someone. Come on, you know it's true. Anyway, we're not going to talk about that anymore live on the internet. Lydia does have an OnlyFans. She shows her feet. It's true. All right, guys, we're almost done with this one. Got a couple minutes left. Looks like they might even be wrapping up. All right. I think we're going to end that one there, guys, because to be honest, like I can barely hear anything and I don't think they have much left to go. So we're going to move on to our next one. Hang on one second. I'm going to turn down the volume on the browser and I'm going to turn my sound up to hopefully a reasonable volume before we switch off though. Okay. Reset volume. Hopefully that's not blowing your ears out just then. Guys, we just got through our first Queer Marxism presentation. Yes, apparently Lydia can have an OnlyFans with just her feet, I guess. But anyway, Did Autumn leave? Autumn got blocked for 5 minutes. Maybe she'll come back later. Maybe she will actually go read the thing I told her to read and quote me accurately. But guys, we have just finished our first of 3 queer Marxism presentations. Now, the next one comes with a live chat. This is the big one, guys. This is the 2-hour long Transgender Marxism presentation. I don't think we've watched this one before, but we may have, like back in the day. And oh, Autumn is back. Autumn, we're glad you didn't punk out like a bitch. Now, this is the big one with all of the stars of both the trans and queer Marxism community and Abolish the Family in one presentation. Black Magic says, I would have been a socialist if they didn't have such disdain for the working class. I wouldn't have been a socialist because they don't believe in private property, Black Magic, and I like private property. All right. So, like I said, we may have watched this one before, but if we did, it was a long time ago. And I don't think we did because it's not in my watch history. And even if we did watch it before, I want to watch it again. So, the description for this is, what are the relations between gender and labor? What pressures, oppressions, and state persecutions are faced by trans people living in capitalist societies? How are these antagonisms structured within society? How do gender nonconforming people survive the damage done through their tenuous position in the workplace and the home? How can they mobilize strong, empathic responses to right-wing scaremongering against gender ideology? Red May welcomes the editors and contributors to the most important new anthology, Transgender Marxism, which argues that to achieve trans liberation, capitalism must be abolished. I'll say that again, because they quite literally say it in the description title. If someone wants to send this presentation to Mike Harlow right now to explain to him what queer theory is the idea that in order to liberate trans people, in order to liberate them from an oppressive system where they are looked down upon as second-class citizens, then capitalism must be abolished. That is what it is. The people we're going to see are Jules and Elle. Jules and Elle were the editors of Transgender Marxism. We are also going to see Michelle O'Brien, or M.E. O'Brien, and Sophie Lewis. Sophie is our favorite, but Michelle O'Brien, Emmy O'Brien, and Sophie Lewis are both Abolish the Family activists. And then I don't know who Nathaniel and Violet are, but I'm sure they will explain it. And this comes from our favorite people at Red May. But this was 2 years ago, and it's 2 hours long. You guys ready to hunker down? Please make sure you are going to mount that like button again. Please make sure you're subscribed to the channel already. We are doing a queer Marxism marathon for Socialism Saturday. And we are watching 3 queer Marxism presentations. And to really make sure that the conservative Twitterati know what the F they're talking about. Not that they're ever going to watch me because they're not smart enough to. But guys, let's get this party started.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Red May.
Philip is back. The sound is better. Oh, the sound is better. We can hear again. All right. Everyone may want to turn down their volumes from whatever you had to have for the first presentation. I apologize, as we know that socialists suck at sound. And so now we all have to adjust our volume. I will try to adjust mine. Please let me know how my volume is in relation to the presentation. Hi, Philip. We missed you. Do we want to watch the chat, guys? Do we want the chat on, or do we want full screen? Let me know.
Your 1 month vacation from capitalism. We're midway into our second week. We have 43 events, something like over 100 guest speakers. It's amazing. The sheer excess of this event never
All right.
ceases
We'll leave the chat on. We'll leave the chat
stun
on.
me. And how do we pull it off, you might wonder? Well, we pull it off with volunteers, and we need more of them. So if you like to work on future Red Mays, or even on this particular Red May, go to our website, www.redmayseattle.org. The volunteers are the fun part. The other part is,
I
well, the
timed her
value
out
form,
because
or
she
money,
was
as
being
it's often known.
because
We need money.
Autumn was lying
So go
about
to donate on
I timed her out. We've moved on.
www.seattle.org. You can give through our link to our GoFundMe, Fan the Flames of Red May, or you can do a Patreon. We have levels at $3, $5, $10, and $20 a month. You can also find this information on donating in the YouTube description. I just want to hip you up for what's coming over the next 5 days. We are now entering definitively our 2-panel-a-day mode. So things are kind of getting tight in terms of what's coming up. At 6 o'clock tonight, we have Thinking with James and Grace Lee Boggs with Cedric Johnson, Colleen Lai, Matt Burkhold, and Stephen Ward, the author of the wonderful biography of James and Grace Lee in Love and Struggle. At 11 a.m. tomorrow, we have Antinomies of the State, COVID, Climate, Chronic Emergency with Alberto Toscano, Anselm Jappé, Andreas Malm, and AJ Singh Chaudhary moderating. At 6 p.m. tomorrow, Fighting for Their Own Servitude with Jason Reed, Robin Marasco, Warren Montag, and Asad Haider. On Saturday at 6 p.m., we have Thank You for Your Service Work with Gabriel Wynant, who has a new book called The Next Shift. I'm about to transition from the heavy industry to steel industry to health care industry in the Rust Belt. Sarah Jaffe is going to be on that with Jason Smith and Priscilla Morolo. At 11 a.m. on Sunday, we have Pornwork, Sex, Labor, and Late Capitalism with Connor Habib, Cassandra Troyan, Femi Babylon, Heather Berg, and Kathy Weeks as the moderator. And I think I'm missing something. Yes, I am. At Saturday morning at 11 a.m., we have Confessions of the Fox, the great novel by Jordy Rosenberg. That's going to be discussed by Lali Khalili, Chiti Bhattacharya, Annie McClanahan, John David Settle, and Mackenzie Work is going to be the moderator. So a lot of great stuff coming up. But without further ado, I want to get into this morning's panel, Transgender Marxism, which brings together the contributors of a new book from Pluto Press. And we're lucky to have Sophie Lewis, the author of Full Surrogacy Now, and of course, a Red May alum.
Full Surrogacy Now,
to be the moderator
Autumn.
this morning. Welcome, Sophie, and welcome everybody to Transgender Marxism. I turn the event over to you.
Thank you, Bill. Hi,
Sophie.
everyone.
You look great,
It's
Sophie.
a great honor to be brought in, however last minute, as the hype man for this extraordinary, well.
Hang on. James Jones, School of Thought is tweetable. I can't access the website. Google turns up women's fitness centers that I suspect feature risque exercises. I'm not even going to try to access that website, James Jones, but thank you for doing the Lord's work, and I appreciate the super chat.
Launch. I think this is a sort of launch event.
Do you guys think that Sophie would be upset if I put her on a t-shirt and engaged in capitalism around her image? Sophie is the most confidently wrong person on the internet. Sophie, I'm gonna capitalism you. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna fucking make a t-shirt of Sophie advocating the virtues of capitalism.
Isn't it? And I'd like to congratulate the editors of this extraordinary volume. We've got both editors here, as well as some contributors and fellow travelers. I'll introduce Jules and Elle first, and they will speak. And after that, so as not to overwhelm you with a wave of introductions, I'll introduce each in the order, I think, Michelle, Nate, and Violet from CAACD in that order. And then I'll be taking questions and hopefully making myself kind of scarce to enable the discussion amongst this extraordinary kind of array of experts to proceed and unfold. Yeah, so Jules Joanne Gleason is a writer, comedian, and historian. She has published essays in outlets including Viewpoint magazine,
She's not a comedian.
Invert
It's not
Journal,
funny.
and
That's a
Vice,
lie.
and performed internationally at a wide range of communist and queer cultural events. And Elle
Oh, she's a
O'Rourke is
communist
a political
comedian.
economist and gender
Oh,
theorist, currently researching critical
a
theories of
communist
financialization.
comedian.
She is co-founder of New Socialist, a magazine of left thought and commentary, where she serves as the economics editor.
Is there
So
such
over to
thing
you
as a
two, and
communist comedian?
congratulations
I
again
don't
on
think so.
transgender Marxism.
Look at Violet. I want to hear from Violet.
Yeah, thanks so much. Sophie, thanks. And double thanks for standing in at short notice after Geordie Rosenberg sadly wasn't able to make it today. So this session, I think this is the first of our hype sessions actually, to promote the book.
Hang on. At the risk of misunderstanding things, is it ideologically consistent for Marxists to promote a Patreon? Yes, it is, Michelle. It is indeed ideologically consistent. It even says in the Communist Manifesto itself, which we read several months ago, it says that you're allowed to participate in the systems of capitalism as long as you yourself don't ascend to the bourgeois. So the bourgeois is only about like really big business, really rich people. If you're like a small business owner or a medium-sized business owner, that doesn't necessarily make you the bourgeois. And because you live in an oppressive system of capitalism, you are allowed to engage with capitalism or use the tools of the master because your very survival depends on it. But you're only doing it to survive. You're not doing it because you support capitalism. You're doing it because the evil capitalists have forced you to have a Patreon. That's why it's ideologically consistent.
So we're hoping to just provide a preview for what you can expect next week when the book is released at all disreputable bookstores, if you can make it to them safely. It's also available for pre-order now on the Pluto Press website, so check that out, and they have free merchandise as well. You can get a transgender pin if you want to get like some commodities with your anti-commodity politics, why not? So today, I think this session is primarily going to be contributors kind of like talking about the essays they provided to the volume. But firstly, myself and Elle are going to talk about what we were trying to do. And I guess we'll kind of start with what we have done. So this book consists of 16 essays, well, the introduction and the afterword, and then 14 kind of original essays, all of which are being...
Should I read Transgender Marxism? I'll tell you what. If I can get 10 new supporters on my Substack between now and the end of the stream, let me see how many I have now. We're doing a check just to make sure I know. Okay. I need, this will actually be perfect, because if I get 10 new supporters in my Substack, I'm actually going to reach a new milestone in Substack, which is pretty effing great. But if I get 10 new supporters by the end of this stream for $5 a month or $50 a year, and I will pop the link in the chat right now, I will read Transgender Marxism. I will buy the book on the stream, and I will report back as to what the book says. I'm sure there's a Kindle version of the book. Let me just make sure. before I commit to something. I might actually have to get a paper copy if there's not. Let me just make sure it's something. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna Amazon that shit right now. Transgender Marxism. Kindle, there is a Kindle version. So if you guys if you're already a supporter, it doesn't count because it's going by total number, okay? So this is not a thing where you can cancel and support again and get around it. If you got like 10 new people, guys, $5 a month, $50 a year. This is because it is going. Do you guys know how painful it's going to be for me to read this effing book? Like, I don't want to read this book, but I will read it if you guys step up to the plate. 10 new people, get me to a new milestone in Substack. That'd be pretty great. And I will buy and read Transgender Marxism, and I will report back so you don't have to. Autumn, do you know how easy it is for me to ban you? I told you to stop lying about me. It was a very simple request. You were misquoting me. You were lying. You were not behaving in good faith. I can block you at any time, and I don't really care. You're like our little pet socialist. You're kind of interesting to have around. I would like you to continue to be around. But if you're going to be a dick and break the rules and cause disruptions in my chat, then you will get blocked, and I don't particularly care how you feel about it. All right. I will wait to see if you guys want to support the Substack. Let me one more time. Let me know, guys. All I need is 10. There are 127 of you watching just on YouTube right now. That doesn't count Rumble or Twitter or any of the other places. I see you guys too. Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Let's keep going.
Published for the first time, at least in print. I think mine was originally put on the Pluto Press website, but the rest of them, it's the first ever publication. So this is like quite a large chunk of text. I think it's 288 pages of transgender Marxism. And yeah, so what a collection of this size and kind of scale and scope has allowed us to do is to provide a kind of breadth. And I think it's like this appropriate sort of variety of different perspectives, which we're hoping is going to help us sort of overcome this existing predicament or plight which transgender people in revolutionary movements often find, which is that we're sort of like relegated to this role where we're like the voices of critique. I think most people who've been in revolutionary movements have surely found, including at say purportedly inclusive feminist events, for instance, we often find that sort of it's our role to introduce this perspective or introduce this role, introduce this like point of view in a way which it's quite rare that any one given trans person is really able to do. So this was sort of the aim with providing a collection which was able to bring together quite so many thinkers. And yeah, so this is sort of tied in with another overarching concern of us as editors, which is we want to sort of like, we want to like include, but also not necessitate this reliance on the confessional style, which is something that both within revolutionary writing and kind of just trans writing more generally has been identified as a problem for a good long while. So this this collection does have confessional pieces. I think some pretty remarkable ones, including like the bridge between politics, between identity and organizing by Farah Thomas, and J.N. Hode's encounters in Lancaster. So like confessional writing is like included, but I think that like this can't really be the limit of transgender theorization. And like our hope is that each essay in this collection is articulating this kind of contribution to a particular topic which each of them is concerned with. And hopefully this is going to provide like a lasting insight rather than kind of like requiring contributors just to sort of report back on their particular identities or areas or life conditions. So the kind of stuff we've got covered in the collection includes themes specific to Marxism, like social reproduction, which Noah and Nat's essays are both, Noah Zazanis and Nat Raha have both provided essays kind of focusing on that. We have like concerns like labor ethnography, transition in the workplace, which Michelle O'Brien is going to read a section of her contribution to, as well as Kate Doyle Griffiths. There are various like other strands of like, there's various other strands of like transgender Marxism, which we've seen a lot of, which we've tried to kind of include in one way or
We've already
another.
got
Like, for
two,
instance,
guys. I need 8 more.
psychoanalysis and
8
Sandra
more people.
Metcalf's essay.
8 more.
And also
Come
kind
on.
of philosophical investigations concerning like epistemology, phenomenology in the case of Zoe Belinsky's piece, and also materialist feminism in the case of Anya Weiser-Flowers. And so, like, as hopefully this little kind of sketch of an overview is giving you the impression.
Those of you who are
like,
not
there's, like,
subscribed, you have
quite
to make up for
a
people
wide
who are.
array
Come
of
on.
different concerns, questions,
Bot doesn't even have a
traditions of
job and he's
revolutionary thought and
subscribed.
so on, which are in here. So this kind of brings me to a hopefully illuminating question. So like, speaking as one of the editors, like, as a collection, like, it was a lot of work, it was a lot of labor to put this together in the way that any book is. Like, it required a large number of hours to contribute it, but I wouldn't actually say it was
10,000 paying subscribers
like,
and a
this is
purple
quite
check
an
mark.
easily possible volume to put together. There were actually like several essays. I think probably this collection could have been, I think, around 320 pages long, but we sort of
10,000.
along the way had to lose
5 zeros.
2 or 3 chapters, which like
Nope,
just couldn't make it
gotta
in
be
there.
new
So
ones.
like, why
Gotta
is
be
it
new
so
ones,
easily
sorry.
possible for us to put together something of this kind? And why is it so easy to imagine that like someone could easily come back and do some kind of response piece, like do a transgender Marxism too? So I think there's like 2 sort of key things which are going on here. And one of them is obviously like the expansion of trans culture, which has occurred, I guess, since the so-called tipping point, which is now sort of like hackneyed and old hat reference, seeing as it's a 2014 Times cover, right? Like, we seem to be well past that. So at this stage, like, clearly trans culture has moved into something resembling a mass rather than a subcultural phenomenon in a way which is quite confusing and confounding.
4 zeros then. 4 zeros.
Clearly something underway. But on the other hand, there's also this ongoing stigmatization.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up now. Gotta pay attention. Gotta be appropriate.
Once a holdover from this, from sort of bygone eras. If you look at it demographically, clearly like acceptance of trans identities varies quite wildly across generational lines in most countries. But also there's this kind of new wellspring of reaction. There's like a set of transphobic perspectives which are taking many forms and appear differently in different national contexts. So for instance, you see church-led campaigns against gender ideology appearing, say, in Poland or Brazil, through to this kind of more genteel bigotry that's proliferating among like British state broadcast outlets like Radio 4 Women's Hour or other kind of like respectable fronts. So like between all of that, there seems to be at once, there seems to be more out trans people and more people interested in revolutionary thought than ever, but also this kind of pressing urgency to grasp and respond to this kind of redevelopment and this reformation of different kind of forms of bigotry and kind of different ways which were being immiserated day in, day out. So this sort of produces a need for a theory and other kind of types of thought besides theory, which permits us to sort of be doubly uncompromising. So doubly uncompromising in neither kind of making a pretense that our particular struggles as trans people are
There's nothing going on in the chat. I'm gonna
like
make the full screen for right now.
which run parallel to other
We'll check out the
revolutionary
chat later.
social thinking. So like
I want to actually see
refusing
them
this
though.
idea that trans identities or trans existences can be placed outside the purview of the properly political, but also not expecting that necessarily our focus can kind of be on our full development of ourselves as trans people, and that's going to in itself substantiate a revolutionary breakthrough.
We're halfway there, guys. I need 5 more.
So yeah, in other words, not to see trans politics as
Halfway
either an
there.
optional kind of detour or sideshow, or this kind of self-contained totality, which is just like,
This is great. All I have to do to get you guys to subscribe to my Substack is to say, I will torture myself by reading this book. I will put myself through the fucking ringer to read Transgender Marxism for all of you. I will summarize it, and you guys are like, yes, we will pay you money to do your... Do you guys remember what happened to me when I read White Fragility? I descended into madness in the reading of White Fragility, and now I'm going to read Transgender Marxism just for you. Come on, I need 5 more paying subscribers to my Substack. That's all that's required. No, I will not eat a Carolina Reaper. Fuck you, John Morgan. That's not going to happen.
the secession from the cisnormative world, right? So that's kind of like the gist of the context. I think for getting into why like Marxism in particular has proven such an attractive tradition in thought or set of movements for trans people to sort of involve themselves with, I think Al's probably going to have to like pick up on that. But that's kind of a little overview of what we've put together, and I'm really looking forward to
It's not about paying for
questions
the
and
book.
answers,
It's
and
about
also
my
hearing
mental pain and anguish.
yeah, hearing talks from the people who we've convinced to submit essays to this collection. Okay, so thanks a lot, and it's very nice to be speaking at Red May.
I can't wait to hear from Violet. Violet is going to be a trip. You can just tell.
Okay, so hi there. Thanks for
Elle is
inviting
the
us.
communist
Thanks,
comedian.
Sophie, for stepping in right at the last minute. I guess I will be talking a little bit about the Marxism of the transgender Marxism.
Where did Violet go?
The transgender a bit.
Oh no!
So why
Violet,
transgender
come
Marxism? Since the original publication of Capital, debate has raged about how thoroughgoing or adequate Marx's deconstruction of capitalist social forms actually is, sparked by a certain ambivalence in Marx's own project on these questions. While his intention was to historicize the social construction of all legal and social categories as matters of property, capital, and class domination, to what extent is Marx's critique also a foreshortened one? How different would Marx's account about the rosy dawn of industrial society be if he made Liverpool rather than Manchester his home in exile, or of his dispatches to the New York Daily Tribune on the convulsions of money markets on Lombard Street, driven by disturbances on the continent, were instead dispatches to the Manchester Guardian about the travails of Wall Street, driven by tremors on the plantations and slave-dealing markets
of
America's cotton
subscribers, and I
frontier,
read Transgender
or if he had seen the
Marxism.
employment of women in industry not as a recent and
Well done,
emasculating
guys.
phenomena, a general law of capitalist development emerging from the advance of the factory system, but a more complex and long-term trend in Britain's industrial social history where women were present throughout, or if he had seen that the very dynamics driving a thoroughgoing transformation in industry and the world of work were also reshaping the other hidden abode, the private household, in equally dramatic ways, or if he had focused his lens not on the relations within Lancashire's cotton mills, but on the sugar plantations of Europe's tropical colonies. Transgender Marxism proudly sits in a long line of elaborations and novel extensions of Marx's thought, where others might see contradiction or incoherence or illicit distortion. How can there be a transgender Marxism of all things? We see no incongruity at all. So when it comes to debates on identity thinking, identity politics, and their so-called indissolubility with questions of class, we do not recognize accounts of Marxism that suggest Marx is indifferent to the messy sensuousness of human affairs, the reality of social distinctions, and how capital transforms these ascriptive distinctions into a material force. For our part, when we were beginning to write the book, key to our agenda was ensuring that trans life itself comes into focus, clearly into view, rather than a transcendent principle of trans that comes to obscure the particular struggles of trans people in the face of capitalism. Trans people already occupy a very awkward space in social theory and Marxist politics as well. So the main currents of Marxist feminism have largely done a disservice to trans identities, often gesturing towards trans people and proceeding to write the sort of feminist theorizing that they wish to write anyway, Or to take a recent example, Silvia Federici's recent book were placed alongside plastic surgery and surrogacy as examples of fiendish capital body modification practices that go too far. So when not actively vilified or included as a polite footnote, many assume an interest in trans people thanks to our marginalization, as we are more likely to experience poverty, destitution, engage in sex work,
Jane got
experience
a
abuse and
bingo.
mistreatment by
Congratulations,
wider
Jane. Well
society,
done.
the police, the criminal justice system. We tend to be more radical than general population and thus a special source of interest. In particular, because we occupy a liminal and ambiguous space in the gender order, we are taken to embody or at least
Fine.
provoke a space of subversion and
Don't
rebellion,
be a dick.
one that can perhaps shake existing society out of its complacency vis-a-vis sex and gender.
Waited
So
those
gender
5 minutes to say
vanguardism
I
of
was fat.
sorts.
Just
The
got
upshot
blocked.
is that trans people are a special source of recruits, a fashionable cause to follow, and sotto voce bearers of a special responsibility. So as an account of trans life, this is precisely negative. We are of note due to our suffering, stigmatization, and our travails, and little else, little experiences, little spaces left for the actual substance of trans life, the experience of surviving in the context of
Akshay got a
separation
bingo.
that we already share
Congratulations,
among
Akshay.
ourselves, and the resultant insights for a broader and refreshed view of capitalist reproduction. But this is hardly an unprecedented theoretical maneuver when it comes to trans issues. Emma Heaney, in her book The New Woman, has shown that throughout modern history, trans women find themselves and their experiences represented always as an allegory for something else. Rather than being treated on their own terms, trans women often serve as the theoretical
I
raw
think Bot's
material
lying, but
to ground the
congratulations, Bot.
universality of cis experience. Heaney traces this through the late 19th century and 20th century representations of trans femininity, modernist literature, sexology, and social theory. Literary modernism is replete with examples of trans women as metaphorical figures for the destabilization of inherited gender traditions, stand-ins for broader
Did you just catch that? We'll listen to it again. History is littered with examples of transgendered women as stand-ins for broader destabilization. The 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. We talked about how in the last presentation, the guy was saying overtly that to be queer is a political act against the system designed to destabilize the system. And now we have the editor of Transgender Marxism saying that there are many examples of trans women who were used as broader stand-ins for destabilizing the system. Let's just rewind real quick and listen to that again, because this is an important point.
gender, so a gender vanguardism of sorts. The upshot is that trans people are a special source of recruits, a fashionable cause to follow, and sotto voce bearers of a special responsibility. So as an account of trans life, this is precisely negative. We are of note due to our suffering, stigmatization, and our travails, and little else, little experiences, little spaces left for the actual substance of trans life, the experience of surviving in the context of separation that we already share among ourselves, and the resultant insights for a broader and refreshed view of capitalist reproduction.
Capitalist reproduction, not capitalist reproduction.
But this is hardly an unprecedented theoretical maneuver when it comes to trans issues. Emma Heaney, in her book The New Woman, has shown that throughout modern history, trans women find themselves and their experiences represented always as an allegory for something else. Rather than being treated on their own terms, trans women often serve as the theoretical raw material to ground the universality of cis experience. Heaney traces this through the late 19th century and 20th century representations of trans femininity, modernist literature, sexology, and social theory. Literary modernism is replete with examples of trans women as metaphorical figures for the destabilization of inherited gender traditions.
The trans women are treated as symbols for destabilizing the cisgender system. Did everyone see it? One more time, just that last little bit.
Experience. Heaney traces this through the late 19th century and 20th century representations of trans femininity, modernist literature, sexology, and social theory. Literary modernism is replete with examples of trans women as metaphorical figures for the destabilization of inherited gender traditions.
There it is.
Stand-ins for broader destabilizations brought about by urbanization, suffrage, and women entering new roles in the workforce, and with it attendant anxieties over masculine self-assurance and patriarchal right. In other accounts, transgender experiences serve as an example of the dizzying achievements of techno-scientific modernity and seemingly demonstrates the boundless plasticity of the human bodies and their potential. Or in Freud's hands, we appear as a degraded figure who is nevertheless a critical allegory for the unconscious that clarifies his theory of same-sex desire as inversion, castration anxiety. Here, feminization stands as a looming threat of egoic injury, clarifying the operation and universality of cis sex. So we can see echoes and wary repetitions of these framings in our own times, with transgender as a synecdoche for gender trouble writ large, from far-right fantasists dreaming of a surging wave of effeminacy sweeping all in its wake to the condescending patronage of well-meaning do-gooders, predatory psychiatrists demonizing transgender desires with taxonomies that they would never accept applied to themselves, to sensationalist publishers looking for a quick cash grab with lurid tales of gender deviance.
Thank you, Moxie, for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it.
Indecency and criminality. Phobic Lacanian psychoanalysis casting transition as literally a psychotic desire,
Look at that
to
dog.
the tenured yet tedious queer theory scrambling to offer a novel articulation of stale and familiar territory. Trans people are frequently ushered onto the stage of theory for a grander purpose than themselves, only to be quickly dismissed in turn. Purpose served, premises intact. So this is a dispiriting state of affairs, and we wanted to break away from this usual way of approaching the matter, a more thoroughgoing account of trans life as it is lived from the inside, and not merely as a supplement to or afterthought to somebody else's theoretical story. And I think there is often a real felt need by many trans people for writing that counters these sort of entrenched ideas for understanding trans life, that speaks to them and their conditions, that is written by them and expresses what they know intimately to be true, yet frequently discounted. And for many trans people, that quite naturally means writing in a Marxist register. So when assembling the collection, we were keen to express the point that we don't really
Queen
think
Beth
there is
got
one
bingo.
authoritative approach to Marx and
Congratulations,
his
Queen
legacy,
Beth of the chat.
and nor have we sought to impose one.
Well done.
Marxism is a broad and living tradition defined by its continual internal dispensations, its vying schools and contested orthodoxies, and this is reflected in the collection itself. Different chapters find their inspiration in a different facet of Marxist practice, from Marx, a proto-sociologist with a voracious appetite for empirical research huddled over a table in the British Library, to Marx, the philosopher versed in the history of thought from Epicurus to Aristotle, who sought to apprehend in thought the tangled relations of modernity, capitalism, colonialism, and the arrival of mass politics, or Marx, the propagandist, a dedicated organizer, doggedly focusing on questions of autonomous workers' power. The collection reflects this diverse heterogeneity of approaches, traditions, and problematics, the broad appeal of different moments for Marx's and aspects of Marx's work to a variety of audiences, from investigations in cosmic value form rationalism and gender as a real abstraction to gay communist Lacanian psychoanalysis, the immanent critique of psychological research, to the consonance of Marx and disability studies, Brazilian transfeminism, Black transfeminism, sociological work as inquiry, Marxian Deleuzian analysis, and Marxist epistemological inquiry, each a different angle on transgender life, each a different angle on Marx's work, each a different approach to a thoroughgoing transgender Marxism. And I guess we would like to hand over to some of our contributors so they can express more.
Three more subscribers. I'll put the link in the chat.
Wonderful. That already answered all three of the questions I had jotted down to ask you afterwards. So that was yeah, very
more,
rich.
and I will
Thank
read
you.
the book
So
you're talking about.
Our first speaker from the essay collection is Michelle Esther O'Brien, who is a practicing psychotherapist in New York. She received her PhD from the Department of Sociology at NYU. Her dissertation focused on how capitalism shapes LGBTQ organizing in New York City. Michelle is also a co-editor.
She wrote a dissertation about how capitalism shapes LGBTQ organizing in New York City. for NYU. That was considered an appropriate dissertation topic. I didn't know it was ME stands for Michelle Esther. I'm going to keep that in mind. Thanks, Sophie.
Of Pinko, and her writing has appeared in
Pinko
Social Movement
shows up again.
Studies, Work, Employment and Society, Commune, Homintern, Endnotes, and Invert. She is currently studying psychoanalytic practice at the Institute for Psychoanalytic Training and Research.
These people love Freud. They love
over to
Freud.
you,
They're
Michelle.
obsessed with Freud.
Thank you, Sophie. So my piece was called Trans Work, and it's a piece of labor sociology. I drew from the New York City Trans Oral History Project that I worked with closely, and in particular 4 people that I had interviewed. I use their real names, but their first names to make them slightly less Googleable. And the heart of the essay is sort of 3 employment trajectories that actually reflected much broader patterns that we've observed in the world in trans life. A Naomi, who's a game designer and software developer, Nico, who works in retail, sex toy retail, and was involved in the unionization campaign at the Pleasure Chest, and Paris, who's a sex worker and then got into working in HIV and AIDS services. So that's the heart of the essay, and I'm not going to read that, but I'm going to read the introduction and conclusion, where I sort of frame the piece and make some slightly broader conclusions from it. Trans work. Carolyn grew up in a difficult working-class Irish-American family in Brooklyn in the 1970s. Years before she came out as a woman, Carolyn's gender dysphoria led her to make some difficult choices about how to present her gender. In 1986, she graduated from high school and had been growing her hair to chest length for 2 years. She refused to cut her hair for reasons not fully evident to her. Quote, "My gender dysphoria, I didn't think of it that way back then. I could not cut my hair. I could not mentally do that." Her long hair was extremely disruptive to how others experienced her as otherwise presenting as a young man. People were daily hostile and threatening to Carolyn. She recounts, "From a work perspective, I was completely unemployable. Before listing a series of working class positions she was offered contingent on her cutting her hair. Instead, she turned to substantial and chaotic drug use and dived into the 1980s metal scene of Brooklyn, where long hair was socially acceptable. She cobbled together precarious and temporary jobs from scattered family members. After spending the
You know what strikes me about these people is that they have basically created an entire movement because they are desperate to be validated by other people. What did her essay just start off as? Like, this person didn't want to have long hair because in the 80s long hair wasn't socially acceptable, and so she moved to Brooklyn and got involved in the rock scene where long hair was socially acceptable, and that made her feel better. And it's like, why do you care? Like, these people are looking for everyone around them to validate who they are, validate their identity, validate their lived experience, and if they can't get anyone to do that, then they start to, like, edge people up and do everything they can to tear down the system that isn't giving them the validation that they want. They can't be successful. Capitalism must be the problem. It's not their behaviors. It's not how they're showing up in the world. And because they aren't being validated by the capitalist system, they want to tear down the entire capitalist system and build up a system that will validate them and tell them that they are stunning and brave and that they are beautiful and that they are perfect just the way they are. And it's just like, yo, so many of the problems that these people could have, like, already have, could be solved if they just learned to validate themselves instead of looking for validation from everyone and everything around them.
1990s and anarchist organizing, Carolyn eventually found work as an out trans woman at a Manhattan sex toy shop called Babeland. Babeland was lesbian-owned, marketed itself as feminist and pro-queer store where sex non-eligible staff could answer difficult questions, and hiring a trans woman felt fit broadly with the owner's self-conception. At the time, it was one of the only formal wage labor jobs where Carolyn could be out as trans. Long after she left Babeland, the staff there unionized, led in part by many of the trans people on staff who were particularly furious over the gender harassment they suffered on the job. Today, Carolyn teaches others how to rock climb and lives in the Hudson Valley, north of New York City. In Carolyn's story, we see broader themes that face trans people around work. Trans people have a hard time finding work, usually get treated poorly in most of our jobs, and end up poor. Carolyn, like many trans people, felt a deep and strong commitment to express her gender, even in the initial steps of growing her hair long. This gendered choice sharply constrained her employability, contributing to a period of drug use and social marginality. Even as she regained stability in her life, Carolyn's employment options were sharply limited. The retail job she was able to find was accessible because of subtle gendered expectations that enabled trans people to eventually gain an employment niche there, where they were able to wage a collective struggle as trans workers. And now these are the last two sections. Gender discipline in the labor process. The experience of trans people in work has much to offer in how we understand gender freedom and gender oppression in the lives of working class people. Trans people have so much trouble finding work because work itself imposes gendered expectations on everyone. Trans people's experience of work, not being able to find it, getting a foothold in only a handful of industries, being subject to harassment and the risk of violence on the job, makes it clear that all working class people are subject in their jobs to forms of gender discipline. For the many people forced to try to get by on wage labor, criminalized informal employment, the experience of work is central to our day-to-day quality of life and well-being. Working class insurgent movements have long documented the many horrors and abuses of so much work: unsafe working conditions and risk of death, abusive and cruel bosses, crushing boredom or desperate competition, or just the despair of being subject to a process antagonistic to our humanity. Gender discipline is an underappreciated and major dimension to this daily misery for proletarians. All work imposes some varying forms of expectations for gender expression and gendered behavior. Gender takes many forms in the labor process. Masculine toughness expected in the face of the dangers in many industrial manufacturing jobs, the gracious feminizing and racialized subservience expected by service staff, the highly gendered professional dress codes of white-collar employment, the pervasiveness of sexual harassment and sexual coercion in many industries, or the maternal activities of teaching, nursing, and childcare. The almost complete power of employers over hiring and firing, particularly in at-will employment in the United States or zero-hour contracts in Europe, where employers can fire a non-unionized employee without reason, allows employers to impose any arbitrary bigotry without apology.
Well, that's true, but at-will employment also protects the employees who can leave a job at any time for any reason. At-will employment goes both ways. It protects the employer who can fire anyone at any time for any reason or for no reason at all. And it also protects employees because employees can leave a job at any time for any reason or for no reason at all. So you're kind of skipping over how it protects the worker there, Michelle.
For the majority of American workers without access to a union or collective bargaining agreement, there are few mechanisms for contesting employer power besides high-risk, criminalized, disruptive protest. Further, employers expect and impose these gendered expectations as how they observe and define competence on the job. behaviors that fall outside of gendered expectations of behavior not only violate an employer's homophobia or misogyny, but also their understanding of what the work requires. Under the tyranny of employers, all workers face day-to-day gendered
Tyranny of
expectations that
employers.
constrain how we are able to embody and express our genders. The room available for working people to explore and experiment with our genders, and the opportunity for trans people to transition or find employment in the first place. Like many people's experience of the family, employment is an institution of gender violence and gender coercion. Gender freedom and the future of trans work struggles. The many forms of how trans people wage class struggle have much to offer a broader vision of gender freedom against capitalist society. For trans people in tech, like Naomi, we see this class struggle and the strong solidarity between cis queer women and trans women in their battling against gender fascists in Gamergate, or against institutionally sanctioned misogynistic sexual.
Gamergate are gender fascists. Did you guys hear that? The important work of battling the gender fascists in Gamergate. Let's listen to that again.
Violence and gender coercion. Gender freedom and the future of trans work struggles. The many forms of how trans people wage class struggle have much to offer a broader vision of gender freedom against capitalist society. For trans people in tech, like Naomi, we see this class struggle and the strong solidarity between cis queer women and trans women in their battling against gender fascists in Gamergate, or against institutionally sanctioned misogynistic sexual harassment at Google. For trans workers in sexualized low-wage service retail like at Babeland, this class struggle can take the form of fighting for unions that place gender safety, right to gender expression, and trans leadership as central concerns. For the trans people excluded from employment, mostly poor trans women of color, we see collective action in sex worker organizing, in the highly organized systems of mutual aid in the ball scenes, in the dense
let me see. Renan says, if it wasn't for Gamergate, I'd still be a leftist. That's exactly the point, though. That's why they hate Gamergate so much. Those evil fascists.
Social networks through which people survive and support each other. For trans social movements broadly, many of the major policy battles of recent years include a substantial attention to the conditions of unemployment and hardship with work faced by trans people, in opposing sex worker criminalization, in fighting to ban open discrimination against employers on the basis of gender expression, in calling on LGBTQ service and advocacy organizations to employ more trans people and treat the trans people they employ well. As trans people make headway in these struggles over access to work and transforming the gender expectations of work, this opens on to potentially broad struggle of working class people over rights to self-determine one's body, to express one's dignity and joy, to find pleasure and love with each other. Even the struggles of trans sex workers open on to broader questions of how unwaged and unhoused people survive, against mass incarceration and criminalization, against coercive social service regimes, for the need to forge non-work strategies of getting by. Trans people fighting for dignity in formal employment, the right to survive outside of work, is the leading edge for working class people to discover the power and pleasure in refusing the gender expectations imposed on everyone. Trans work struggles and what they offer to the broader gender freedom of the working class breaks open the relationship between identity, liberation, and class struggle. Rather than identity politics being arbitrarily opposed, in trans work struggles, they are inseparable. In trans work fights, we see the possibility of a deeper and fuller freedom than further subjugation to work. Dependency on labor markets constrains the ability of all working class people to fully express one's potential, self-development, and self-expression in the world. Gender is central to the fundamental means of humans to fulfill ourselves, to find our creativity and our dignity, to express beauty, and to experience pleasure. Trans people, whatever the limits of or costs, show a remarkable and rare commitment to courageously following non-conforming yet fulfilling self-expression. Hence, trans people waging struggles for economic survival offer a means of imagining a class politics that pursues the potential for full human development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Wonderful. Next up, Nathaniel Dixon is a transgender communist teacher and doctoral candidate in the SUNY State University of New York at Buffalo English Department.
Public
They
University
are
of New York
interested in
system.
radical and speculative literature, science, and environmental writing, and
That's
race
really
and
great.
gender. They mostly write about pedagogy, alienation, and the places where the political and the aesthetic meet. Over to you, Nate.
Thank you, Sophie. I had a minor existential crisis trying to write a bio because I hadn't done it in so long. Good morning or afternoon or evening to all of you, depending on where you are today. I'm going to actually, following Michelle, I think I will just read a little bit from the beginning and try to give a little context, then maybe reflect a little bit on what I was trying to do with this essay. Essentially, it's sort of just a bit of comparing commodity fetishism with some of the really harmful narratives that we have about gender and what it is and where it comes from, and just going from there. So I start by Marx quote, right? A commodity, I love this quote, is a mysterious thing simply because it is in the social character of men's labor appears to them as an objective character stamped upon the product of that labor, because the relation of the producers to the sum total of their own labor is presented to them as a social relation existing not between themselves, but between the products of their labor. Commodities then are like, they're imbued with a mythical relationship to one another that bears no trace of the labor of human beings. In just the same way, gender is imagined as having an explanation that bears no trace of human effort. Our efforts, it seems, can only verify a truth that stands outside of history. Tools are not used to make gender, but to reflect it. The ultrasound and the DNA tests discover what we already know was there. As trans people, we threaten this apparent effortlessness. If gender is not easily revealed by the apparition on an ultrasound screen or the spit in a tube, but instead laboriously produced, then the certainty of the whole narrative comes into question. The work that goes into the production of gender.
Okay, I just bought Transgender Marxism. I bought the Kindle version of the book, but I'm not going to report back to you guys what's in it and give you a rundown unless I get 3 more subscribers to my Substack. You guys knocked those 7 out quickly, okay? So I have the book. I have it on my Kindle right now, but I need 3 more subscribers or I'm not going to tell you all the crazy shit in it. Come on, don't make me look at this book for nothing. $15, 3 subscribers, $5 a month, $50 a year if you're being fancy. If you want the full annual package, 3 more people subscribing on my Substack at carlin.substack.com. You're going to get all sorts of like perks and things. You're going to get access to 2 Zoom calls. You're going to get to join us for movie night tomorrow. Movie night, we're watching Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. tomorrow. You're going to get an invite for that. You're going to get access to all of my premium articles. You're going to get access to my premium podcast, the Inner Circle podcast. 3 more people. Yes, this is a lot of, I know we can do it, guys. This is a lot of psychological labor. You can gift a subscription. You absolutely can. Actually, if you go to carlin.substack.com/subscribe, up at the top, there is an option to gift a subscription if you would like to do that instead. But I need 3 more people. Don't make me read this book for nothing, guys. I'm going to descend into insanity. You all know that. All right, let's keep going.
It becomes embarrassingly visible And this labor becomes reapplied to creating the tools and interpretations necessary to describe, deny, or otherwise contain transness. What mysterious object hides within transgender people that might explain away our difference without creating too many plot holes? Revelation becomes excavation, not wholly, but an exhausting gymnastics of selective attention. And so I suppose when I was...
Guys, Beth, Queen Beth of the chat, has also offered to read this book. Beth, you don't need to do that. Don't put yourself through that, Beth, unless you really want to. Yeah, exactly. Help make Carlin insane. Beth is so generous. Sin, Beth is starting to rival you as the matriarch for the community. Okay, we can have 2 matriarchs in the community. But thank you, Beth. I appreciate it. 3 more people, guys. Come on. I believe in you. I know we can do this.
Thinking about, I was thinking about the book's title, and I figured I'd better come up with something about how people come by their genders and how they come by their Marxism. And somewhere in there, I noticed sort of the role that pedagogy plays in it. And I mean, I've been an adjunct for a really long time now, so I think about a lot of things through teaching. And I think that it's relevant to these problems because it's an intentional and social activity that's focused on understanding and generating knowledge. And I think it's very basic to being human. When I was rereading this and trying to remember what my pre-pandemic brain was thinking when I wrote...
Hang on. Rosa, this is for my Substack. So we're trying to get, I think, 2 more now because Jeff said that he just subscribed. So 2 more. I need 2 more people, 2 more new supporters on my Substack. Thank you, Rosa.
Wrote it. I was surprised that I didn't mention anything about Paulo Freire in there. Would have fit probably. Thinking about the
Paulo Freire. Who is Paulo Freire? James Lindsay wrote a whole book about Paulo Freire that I'm finishing right now because I'm a good student, and once I start reading a book, I finish it eventually. Paulo Freire is the subject of the Marxification of education. James Lindsay says all your kids go to Paulo Freire schools now. Congratulations.
Banking model of education, right? And you put the deposit into the empty brain, poor students, and as opposed to critical pedagogy, which is this more relational way of thinking about teaching. And I was thinking about the shape we get with the banking model, the kind of passivity and surrender it calls for, the state that makes people, I think, particularly vulnerable to cult indoctrination is what I think of. You come empty and you're ready to be filled up with knowledge, and the knowledge is revelatory. It's just waiting out there, like, human nature in air quotes or gender in air quotes. Yeah. And everything that is concrete in that way of learning becomes distant and unapproachable. You're just a container for somebody else's ideas. And those ideas were not created. They were just yanked out of the fabric of reality.
Yanked from
you can't change them. You can only discover them. So then you memorize them with about as much nuance and dedication as you spend reading like terms of service for something that you click on the internet. And I don't think that's a very promising way to organize knowledge.
Hang on, Rosa, you're right. I should put the subscription as a pin tweet. Hang on, or as a pin thing. Hang on. Subscribe to my Substack, and I will read Transgender Marxism. And this is for paid subscribers, so $5 a month, $50 a year. And I will replace the pinned message. Thank you, Rosa. I forgot I had pinned the cult to it.
I think a large part of the trick to teaching is helping people to realize the enormity of what human beings create and getting them to put down things like the phrase since the beginning of time, the sense that like material is just eternal. It's really easy to mistake material things for eternal things with the ways that we teach and learn. And that's a problem for trans people and for everybody, because for most people, the eternal feels unchangeable and alienating, and it's something you can come to terms with, or you can revere it, or maybe you could reform it, but you cannot transform it, right? Without access to the constructedness of things, we're left without agency and without a lot of possibilities. And it's complicated because there's a whole lot of trauma to swim through to get people to think about the constructedness of things when so many of those constructed things hurt them. And since learning happens in interaction, there's also the pain of dissonance when you look at something and you try to name it, And there are laws and institutions and other people often violently fighting you and robbing you of your ability to name even yourself. Right? So I guess I was thinking about how we get to a relationship to knowledge that gives us access to this constructedness of things. And as you might imagine, I did not memorize it. It was not deposited in my brain. I figured it out through living relationships, through reading and talking. Actually, a lot of the people who are here and the contributors and editors who I have like measurable debt to in terms of what my brain is now versus what it was like 5 years ago. And much of it through the process of gender transition and what Noah, who isn't here with us today, but is great, talks about the resocialization process that goes on in transgender communities and all of the ways that that met up with my other experiences, especially the experience of being poor. I figured it out by naming myself while doing an incredible amount of work to produce the reality of that name.
Need one
From
more.
emails to payments to research to courts, documents, to going to the DMV. And I still have not figured out what to do with the credit bureaus. I have 2 credit files. My old one has all my student loans, so I might just leave it like that. I had to take a random guy with me, like the OBGYN, to notarize a document so I could change the facts surrounding my own birth, which is kind of wild, right? You have to remap your entire relationship. It's very estranging in this way, your whole relationship to the world against a host of very real and also very constructed things that are telling you that you are impossible. Existing as an impossible person makes it a lot easier to imagine the possibility that the world could be different. You can build what's needed to name yourself against these kind of daunting mechanisms for control and against sometimes incredible violence. And understanding the vitality of that is a part of understanding the best creative potential of our species. The connectedness of our labor and our cognition and our world. People get worried that we'll go off some like post-structuralist deep end, I think, and just get lost in the play of terms, right? That's kind of the kind of difference that transness represent evokes that fear, and I think is why we frequently get targeted when people want to complain about identity politics in relationship to other forms of political activity. But our lives are material, as our editors were talking about a little earlier. And we're incredibly involved in producing our own social reality, what we believe, and especially what we believe about what is possible and what is knowable and what is changeable, play a profound role in sustaining or in defeating capitalism. And I think the types of thinking required to navigate legal and scientific and interpersonal discourses that are chaotic and conflicting and nonsensical and present themselves as holy and fixed and unchangeable, those types of thinking are resilient and contagious in the best possible way. And rather than being a side quest or a threat to solidarity, I think that they are critical to building a world worth living in where we could find out what people could make and what they could be when they're not squeezed between their boss and their rent and also. So yeah, I think that's it.
Wonderful. And finally, we have Violet from the CAA-CD, which is an association for anarchic, queer, and communist friendships based in India. The CAA-CD
this is the one I've been waiting
says,
for.
We aim to build an ethics of queerness rooted in fugitivity and flight, care, and war. Towards that end, we seek to foment a, quote, diffused irrationality, unquote, that spreads through every crack and fissure of society, amplifies the lines of flight, and brings together ungovernable and undeniably queer forms of life. The piece by CAA-CD in the collection, A Deleuzian Conversation on Gender, was co-written as a dialogue. Over to you, Violet.
Guys, we just did it. You came through for me. 10 new subscribers on the Substack. Thank you, guys. I will torture myself for your benefit. How long did that take? Less than an hour. Yay! Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Well done. All right, now I can stop begging for money. Let's continue.
You're muted, Violet.
Yeah, I think thank you so much, Sophie, for the introduction.
Oh my. This is going to
Yeah,
be great. This is going to be awesome.
I just want to thank Jules and Ellie, and without Jules's encouragement and help, our conversational piece wouldn't have made it into the book. So I'd just like to thank her again. As for our piece, which is called A Deleuzian Conversation on Gender, I feel like there were three things we primarily wanted to do. The first, through the casual and conversational tone of our piece, we wanted to challenge the notion that theoretical ideas only have their space within the walls of the university. We also wanted to challenge the notion that discussing theory had to be somehow the stifling experience meant for specialists and couldn't simply be a spontaneous conversation between friends as they relate their everyday lives to one another. In this, we followed the lead of Fred Moten.
I feel like Violet is very nervous, and I almost feel for Violet. I do. I get it. I get it. Like it's like I I have empathy. I'm not a horrible person, but what is striking me as a little bit odd is like, why is Violet referring to themselves as we? Like, did Violet work with someone else on this essay? Is there more than one people involved, or are Violet's pronouns we? I think they're just nervous. I mean, a lot of people are nervous speaking in public. I mean, it's a thing.
And Stefano Harney, in an interview from 2012, Fred Moten described his and Harney's concept of study as, when I think about the way we were using the term study, I think we were committed to the idea that study is what you do with other people. It's talking and walking around with other people, working, dancing, suffering, some irreducible convergence of all three held under the name of speculative practice. And he adds, the point of calling it study is to mark that.
I wonder if Violet is a eunuch. Isn't that like a thing in India? That'd be crazy.
The incessant and irreversible intellectuality of these activities were already there. In our opinion, intellectual discussions and debates do not have to be confined to the university, but can be a part of the fabric of our everyday lives. And what we sought to do through this is also recover the forgotten memory and practice of a proletarian autodidacticism, a mode of sharing knowledge among the lower classes. After all, Marx's Capital was not meant to be read by academics, but was meant to be a political weapon in the hands of the 19th century proletariat. Which brings me to the second thing that we wanted to do. A prevalent idea among both transphobes and certain liberal narratives of transsubjectivity focus on how being trans is all about the erasure of the body. I refer here, of course, to the by now infamous born in the wrong body narrative. Many have pointed out the pitfalls of such arguments, but reprising the discussion about the merits of such arguments is beyond the scope of our piece. What we wanted to do instead was flip the script altogether. Instead of saying that transsubjectivity was rooted in a desire to do away with one's body, we wanted to suggest the inverse, that dysphoria is nothing but the howl of the body's anguish against its appropriation by sexuation and its insertion into the capitalist mode of production.
Holy shit. That is a mouthful. I want to read you what Violet just said. Thank God we have subtitles. Hang on. Gender dysphoria is nothing more than the body's anguish against its appropriation by sexualization and its insertion into... Oh shit, they don't have the shit. Hang on. And its insertion into the capitalist system. So Violet has just defined gender dysphoria as the body's anguish against its appropriation and insertion into the capitalist system. Let's listen to that again, because that was crazy.
Arguments, but reprising the discussion about the merits of such arguments is beyond the scope of our piece. What we wanted to do instead was flip the script altogether. Instead of saying that transsubjectivity was rooted in a desire to do away with one's body, we wanted to suggest the inverse, that dysphoria is nothing but the howl of the body's anguish against its appropriation by sexuation and its insertion into the capitalist mode of production. In his book, Spinoza, Practical Philosophy.
So, gender dysphoria is the body's howl of the anguish that it feels because of its sexuation and insertion into the capitalist forms of production. What does that even mean?
Gilles Deleuze had described Spinoza's statement, "We do not even know what a body can do," as a war cry. For our purposes, we wanted to reframe this statement as a queer war cry. Why? Because all power at its core takes the material body as its object. In both his Punitive Society lectures and in Discipline and Punishment.
So then, referencing back to the last presentation we saw, where being a porn star was a political act, engaging in fetish porn was a political act. In this case, being trans is a political act against the capitalist system that has appropriated the body, and being trans is the howl of the anguish and the political act of rebelling against the capitalist system that has appropriated their body. Being trans in queer Marxism and queer theory, being trans is an act of rebellion against capitalism. Do people understand? Again, the 4 goals of the woke left are gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. They see being trans as an act of destabilizing the system. They see being trans as an act of rebelling against capitalism. Does everyone understand? I know this is a little bit tricky to wrap your head around, but when you wrap your head around the idea that to be queer, as they define it, is to rebel against cis heteronormativity, normativity in general, anything that's within the normal scope of what upholds the system that we are all existing in. To be queer is an act of rebellion against the system. That system is capitalism. This is some next level shit, guys.
Foucault shows that the worker as a source of labor.
So, actually, Beth, you made me think of something. Beth says, Queen Beth of the chat says, why is it if children who develop gender dysphoria before puberty are not altered chemically or physically, nearly 90% of them grow out of it? Many are gay, some are straight, a few transition. It's because, Beth, being queer, okay, so do you guys know how the whole philosophy around trans kids right now is that they have to engage in, is that the adults around them have to engage in gender affirming practices. So affirming, yes, honey, you really are trans. Yes, you were born in the wrong body. That is what their teachers are doing. That is what their therapists are doing. That is what all the adults around them are doing. Everyone is affirming, 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 affirming. That is an agenda pushed by these people, which comes out of queer Marxism, queer theory, which we're spending the entire evening watching right now. And they are telling you in their own words that to be trans is an act of rebellion against capitalism. To be queer is an act of rebellion against the system. They are quite literally creating a scenario in which they are taking your kids and convincing your kids they are trans because they are creating an army of little humans who are rebelling against the system, who are rebelling against capitalism. Does everyone see how this works? This is why they took the schools. This is why they took the schools 50 years ago. They want all children to be queer. They want all children to be non-binary. Ultimately, they don't want them to be man or woman because that will destroy the family and that will destroy capitalism. Exactly. Exactly. Does everyone understand? If you don't understand, it's okay to not understand because this is a lot. And I understand, especially if you're new to this, welcome. We threw you into the deep end tonight. But please let me know in the chat if this is not clear to you and what questions you have, because I want to make sure people wrap their head around this. This is a big one, guys. You will understand queer Marxism, queer theory, when you understand that everything is a rebellion against the system. It is designed to destabilize the system. It is designed to undermine capitalism. Okay. I think people are getting it. We got a lot more to watch. Let's keep going.
Power doesn't exist a priori, but has to be created through a vast panoply of apparatuses that target the worker's body. An entire array of processes geared towards the production of what he calls docile bodies, that is to say, bodies that have maximum utility, minimum resistance. And docile bodies, needless to say, also imply the production of docile subjectivities. Far from being a theoretical abstraction, as many would claim, the reality of power's grip on the body is felt with an extreme intensity in the lives of trans people. From the moment we are born, the medical establishment inscribes the laws of the system onto our flesh through sexuation, a continuous surveillance that begins with the nuclear family, which through its daily punitive games of punishments and rewards ensures the moral upbringing of the child into.
He just attacked the nuclear family. We're going to go back and listen to this again. Now we've gone from being trans is a rebellion against capitalism to the nuclear family upholds all of this, and the nuclear family is a system of punishment and oppression for the child. Did you guys hear that transition? I know it's a little bit difficult with his accent, but that's why we're going to listen again.
The capitalist mode of production. In his book Spinoza, Practical Philosophy, Gilles Deleuze had described Spinoza's statement, "We do not even know what a body can do," as a war cry. For our purposes, we wanted to reframe this statement as a queer war cry. Why? Because all power at its core takes the material body as its object. In both his Punitive Society lectures and in Discipline and Punish, Foucault shows that the worker as a source of labor power doesn't exist a priori, but has to be created through a vast panoply of apparatuses that target the worker's body.
The worker has to be created. This is called social reproduction theory. We saw this in Red May a couple weeks ago. The worker has to be created. How is the worker created? Pop quiz for the chat. How does capitalism create the labor, the workers required to uphold capitalism? Social reproduction theory. Sophie was very kind to explain it to us several weeks ago when we first started watching Red May. The nuclear family. The nuclear family. The nuclear family is but a production mechanism in capitalism to create more workers, more labor, to uphold the system of capitalism. Exactly. And so he's saying the same thing. Let's keep going.
An entire array of processes geared towards the production of what he calls docile bodies, that is to say, bodies that have maximum utility, minimum resistance. And docile bodies, needless to say, also imply the production of docile subjectivities. Far from being a theoretical abstraction, as many would claim, the reality of power's grip on the body is felt with an extreme intensity in the lives of trans people. From the moment—
Hang on, I have a... So, Oceania, we actually talk about Seattle quite a bit because we've been watching Red May. Have you watched Red May with us? Red May is the socialist group in Seattle. They're doing a series of socialist presentations all month in Seattle. Oceania says, my state just passed laws that kids can be hidden from their parents, go through gender-affirming care, and the parents must pay the bills. No questions can be asked. That doesn't surprise me at all.
moment we are born, the medical establishment inscribes the laws of the system on.
Hang on, so now he's getting into the nuclear family piece. The moment we are born, I just want to rewind just a little bit.
also imply the production of docile subjectivities. Far from being a theoretical abstraction, as many would claim, the reality of power's grip on the body is felt with an extreme intensity in the lives of trans people. From the moment we are born, the medical establishment inscribes the laws of the system onto our flesh through sexuation, a continuous surveillance that begins with the nuclear family, which through its daily punitive games of
the moment they are born, the nuclear family is surveilling trans people with its daily punitive games.
punishments and rewards ensures the moral upbringing of the child into the responsible future citizen subject, and also wards of future deviancy, continues all the way into our adult lives as we are denied jobs, healthcare, passports, friendships, even citizenships, as our bodies are made into objects of mockery, sneers, and hate from upstanding citizens, or cynically invested in by liberals who want to perpetuate the very order that kills us. Or especially when our bodies become the target of the violence of the police and the murderous social order that the police protect. It would be a
That was a lot. I'm not quite sure what to say about any of that. Violet here may actually be the most hardcore Marxist on this call right now, and I'm here for it. I hope you are too.
mistake, however, to think that the apparatus seizes hold of a passive body that just lies waiting for it. In fact, the true target of the apparatus is always the body's capacity for resistance. In his Punitive Society lectures, Foucault shows that the true target of the disciplinary apparatuses was resistance on part of those who refused the wage labor regime, either through acts of explicit violence such as machine breaking, or even more dangerously, through what he refers to as an infra-legal illegalism, an illegalism that precedes the law and that involves refusing to constitute one's body as a source of labor power. As Michelle pointed out earlier, all work comes with gendered expectations. If queer is not merely an identity, but as the Mary Nardini gang point out, the qualitative position of opposition to presentations of stability and a total rejection.
Violet just defined being queer as the qualitative opposition to presentations of stability, and is about to say, I think, a total rejection of something related to normativity. To be queer is opposition to the presentations of stability. What is the second goal of the woke left? Destabilize the system. I'm sorry that we're going back and listening to things a couple times, guys, but I really think that this is important because I want you to hear from their mouth what they believe, and it can get a little complicated, and sometimes it can be easy to kind of like glaze over because it's boring, but that's why we go back and we listen a couple times, because I really want you guys to hear and understand it. Let's listen again.
The law and that involves refusing to constitute one's body as a source of labor power. As Michelle pointed out earlier, all work comes with gendered expectations. If queer is not merely an identity, but as the Mary Nardini gang point out, the qualitative position of opposition to presentations of stability and a total rejection of the regime of the normal, then we can understand.
To be queer is a total rejection of the regime of the normal. Do you guys know now why, when we're in like happy hour and we're watching the less advanced like woke trainings, they refuse to define the word queer? They say queer has no definition. Queer is impossible to define. No. We have just heard from the queer Marxists who have an essay in the book Transgender Marxism that to be queer is a total rejection of the regime of the normal. We got our definitions, guy. Thank you, Violet. Let's listen one more time. just for funsies.
Pointed out earlier, all work comes with gendered expectations. If queer is not merely an identity, but as the Mary Nardini gang point out, the qualitative position of opposition to presentations of stability and a total rejection of the regime of the normal, then we can understand queer and trans fugitivity as precisely a mode of illegalist resistance that is targeted by the apparatuses of normalization. The apparatus is definitely—
Wow. And now they think they're being targeted and oppressed. Their argument is that queer people, trans people are being targeted and oppressed by the apparatuses of normalization. James Jones, looking up Violet, turned up some interesting stuff. How can I get links to you? James Jones, the very best way to send that to me is by sending it to activelyunwoke@gmail.com. I will put the email in the chat. I appreciate the super chat and I appreciate the research. Activelyunwoke@gmail.com. Guys, is this Queer Marxism marathon something else or what? Thank you for spending some time with me today. Please mount that like button if you haven't already. I want to listen to this one more time, just one more time, and then I'm going to let it play until Violet says something else that's crazy. But just this is the clip that we have been waiting for, guys. This is why we watched the full 2-hour presentation from start to finish. We watch the boring bits, we watch the cringy bits, because when we land on the clip that we're looking for, we really land on the clip that we're looking for. One more time for posterity. And I'm not going to talk or anything.
That just lies waiting for it. In fact, the true target of the apparatus is always the body's capacity for resistance. In his Punitive Society lectures, Foucault shows that the true target of the disciplinary apparatuses was resistance on part of those who refuse the wage labor regime, either through acts of explicit violence such as machine breaking, or even more dangerously, through what he refers to as an infra-legal illegalism, an illegalism that precedes the law and that involves refusing to constitute one's body as a source of labor.
That's not what we were listening to. Hang on. I may have messed that up. Here we go, I think. Here we go. Okay, here's where we want to start. Here's where we're going to start, and then we're going to let it play.
Rooted in a desire to do away with one's body, we wanted to suggest the inverse, that dysphoria is nothing but the howl of the body's anguish against its appropriation by sexuation and its insertion into the capitalist mode of production. In his book, Spinoza, Practical Philosophy, Gilles Deleuze had described Spinoza's statement, "We do not even know what a body can do," as a war cry. For our purposes, we wanted to reframe this statement as a queer war cry. Why? Because all power at its core takes the material body as its object. In both his Punitive Society lectures and in Discipline and Punish, Foucault shows that the worker as a source of labor power doesn't exist a priori, but has to be created through a vast panoply of apparatuses that target the worker's body, an entire array of processes geared towards the production of what he calls docile bodies, that is to say, bodies that have maximum utility, minimum resistance. And docile bodies, needless to say, also imply the production of docile subjectivities. Far from being a theoretical abstraction, as many would claim, the reality of power's grip on the body is felt with an extreme intensity in the lives of trans people. From the moment we are born, the medical establishment inscribes the laws of the system onto our flesh through sexuation, a continuous surveillance that begins with the nuclear family, which through its daily punitive games of punishments and rewards ensures the moral upbringing of the child into the responsible future citizen subject, and also wards of future deviancy, continues all the way into our adult lives as we are denied jobs, healthcare, passports, friendships, even citizenships, as our bodies are made into objects of mockery, sneers, and hate from upstanding citizens, or cynically invested in by liberals who want to perpetuate the very order that kills us, or especially when our bodies become the target of the violence of the police and the murderous social order that the police protect. It would be a mistake, however, to think that the apparatus seizes hold of a passive body that just lies waiting for it. In fact, the true target of the apparatus is always the body's capacity for resistance. In his Punitive Society lectures, Foucault shows that the true target of the disciplinary apparatuses was resistance on part of those who
Hang on. Krissa says, so they want to destabilize society and create chaos and then cry oppression so they can get the upper hand to continue the cycle of chaos. That way they can get more people to join their revolution. Yes, Krissa, yes, that's exactly right. Except I would add one more thing to it. They want to destabilize society and create chaos and then say that capitalism is the cause of the chaos. Capitalism is the cause of the oppression. And they're destabilizing society so that they can blame capitalism on all of the problems that they themselves create so that they can get the upper hand to turn the normies against capitalism, to make the normies that don't know what's going on experience pain, experience strife, experience all the things. So they say, like, the world just isn't working. We need a new way. They're trying to rile up people against capitalism by creating as much pain as possible and saying the only fair thing to do, the only just thing to do is to get rid of capitalism. And that's when they can usher in their little Marxist utopia. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Queen Beth of the chat is joining me on the journey into transgender Marxism. Beth, you are a woman of steel, my friend. Thank you.
refuse the wage labor regime, either through acts of explicit violence such as machine breaking, or even more dangerously, through what he refers to as an infra-legal illegalism, an illegalism that precedes the law and that involves refusing to constitute one's body as a source of labor power. As Michelle pointed out earlier, all work comes with gendered expectations. If queer is not merely an identity, but as the Mary Nardini gang point out, the qualitative position of opposition to presentations of stability and a total rejection of the regime of the normal, then we can understand queer and trans fugitivity as precisely a mode of illegalist resistance that is targeted by the apparatuses of normalization. The apparatuses definitely serve the capitalist mode of production, of this there is little doubt, but they also form the conditions for the existence of the state form. In the History of Sexuality, Volume 1, Foucault points out that sex was not a pre-existing datum seized on by power, but precisely an effect of the dispositive or apparatus of sexuality. And sex, or the dispositive of sexuality, formed precisely the privileged intersection between the anatomopolitics of discipline and the biopolitics of populations. In other words, if capitalism needed the dispositive of sexuality to produce docile and productive bodies inserted into its regime of production, the state also needed the dispositive of sexuality for its policing and management of populations. And the sexed body was a product of this intersection between discipline and biopower, between capitalism and the state. Capitalism and the state, we believe, not only mutually reinforce each other, but form the condition for each other's existence. With respect to the lives of gender-defined people, this is demonstrated extremely well by Jessica Hinchy's work on the colonial governance of hijras in 19th century British India. Contrary to the popular belief that the persecution of gender deviance and homosexuality was a mere colonial ideological import, Hinchy demonstrates that the policing of hijras in the second half of the 19th century was a principal technique through which the colonial state was able to manifest itself in its materiality. The problems posed by the hijras were manifold. A mobile population, fear of the moral contamination of public space by sodomites, that's what the British taught them to be, which was amplified through belief in the miasma theory of disease. Also the belief that all hijras were castrated and therefore incapable of becoming productive subjects, the problem of identifying and categorizing hijras on population service, etc. It's too vast a topic to be able to cover within the time constraints of this presentation. But if there was one word that could encompass the myriad reasons behind the colonial targeting of the hijras, is that the hijras were seen as ungovernable by the colonial government and a perennial thorn in the side of colonial statecraft. As in Foucault, I do not pose these questions of the past for the mere purposes of historiography, but to do an archaeology of our present. The threat posed by the hijras disrupted the colonial state's ocular gaze, its capacity to identify, classify, and then produce the subjects of its rule. In other words, the illegibility of the Hijra body and its movements posed a threat to colonial statecraft. Today, an echo of this can be seen in the implementation of the National Registration of Citizens, or the NRC, in Assam, in the state of Assam.
Listen, so Lucky Doer says they just bought a whole bunch of socialism books to try to learn about this stuff, and says just internalizing this shit is poisonous. It's an effort to try to get a better understanding without getting pulled into the vortex. You like when you're listen, I know that this, like, when you get sucked into this content, it really can change you. Okay? I would say I'm not the same person that I was a year ago. At all. In any way. I'm not the same person. I'm definitely not the same person I was 2 years ago. And you have to make sure that you are detaching yourself from the subject matter that you are reading. Okay? You have to make sure you're doing it from a perspective of, even envision like a wall, a glass wall between you and the material. This is how I think about it anyway. And this is true whether we're watching videos or at the socialism conference that I went to, or reading, or any of these things. Envision a glass wall between you and whatever you're engaging with. You can see it. You can evaluate what's going on, but it's not going to get to you. The energy of whatever it is not going to suck you in. It might sound silly, but making sure that you actually have a visual representation in your head of that detachment, just because you are consuming something doesn't mean you are allowing it to consume you. Exactly. Because when you look into the abyss looks back at you. And a lot of problems are being created right now by the right because they got sucked into the abyss. They became the monsters that they're fighting. And in doing so, they became no different than the left. And that's creating problems for all of us. And they don't even realize it's happening because they aren't doing it from a detached perspective. They're all in it. It's all they hear. It is being self-reinforced within their community. They are only listening to people who are engaging in that sort of like cancel culture. You have to keep yourself honest, guys. You are the only one who's going to do it.
After the NRC was passed in the state of Assam, over 2,000 trans people found themselves excluded from the list and were thus bereft of their status as citizens and sent to detention camps. I'll not delve further into the details of the NRC. All this is just to underscore that the stakes of a politics of trans or queer liberation today cannot be anything short of ridding ourselves of the two cold monsters that constitute our modernity, the state and the capitalist mode of production. Which brings me to my third and final part, liberation.
Oh, good.
How to imagine a politics of trans liberation today. In our piece, we broach the topic of reterritorialization on the plane of the state and capital, but we do not lay out an exact blueprint for trans liberation. However, we would like to perhaps point to some indicators of what we feel such a politics would necessitate. In a text called To Have Done with the Massacre of the Body, which was published anonymously in 1973, but that is now attributed to him, Felix Guattari wrote, "This antiquated world which stinks everywhere of dead flesh horrifies us and convinces us of the necessity of carrying the revolutionary struggle against capitalist oppression into that territory where the oppression is most deeply rooted, the living body." It goes without saying that the politics of trans liberation today cannot do without taking the body into question. But what exactly does this entail in today's neoliberal democracies? After all, some would point out that we have made great strides with respect to trans rights and recognition, and yet others, much more cynical and reactionary, would portray trans recognition itself as the further proof of the triumph of neoliberalism. A radical politics of trans liberation today, therefore, must eschew both these alternatives, that is to say, the alternative between a narrative of liberal progressivist recognition that ignores the strategic shifts in neoliberal governmentality and a reactionary and equally important yearning for social democracy and the welfare state, which ignores how that form of governmentality too was a response to lower class resistance. In the text mentioned earlier, Guattari goes on to say, I oppress myself inasmuch as that I is the product of a system of oppression that extends to all aspects of living. As long as we remain trapped within the liberal paradigm of progressivist recognition, we also remain in the thrall of the repressive hypothesis. Thus, transliberation becomes all about uncovering the truth of the I, which was hitherto repressed and henceforth gains recognition by the state. But state recognition is not premised on the recognition of a hidden truth that was concealed within the individual psyche, but on the production of a governable subject through its techniques of individuation. The state, which is a concentrated form of apparatuses immanent to social life, is also predicated on colonizing our subjectivities, and thus its recognition is always premised on annihilating those aspects that make any divine subjectivity dangerous. If liberal governmentality was premised on normalization, and thus producing an I which could easily be subsumed into pre-Fordist forms of labor, neoliberalism is premised on the homogenization of difference by turning every divine subjectivity into a potential source for human capital, or producing an I that acknowledges difference insofar as all difference can be subsumed into the logic of an entrepreneurial subjectivity. Should we then, like the Social Democrats, pine for the old days of liberal governmentality?
That is
nothing
delicious.
could be more reactionary in our
That is
eyes.
Strawberry
We need
Pow.
only remember the words of Deleuze and Guattari from
Tripping
What is
Animals
Philosophy?
Brewing.
What social democracy has refused to give the order to fire when the poor come out of their territory or ghetto? In one of his interviews from the 1980s, Foucault had spoken of the importance of becoming homosexuals as an ethico-political project rather than discovering one's homosexual essence.
Who has read Foucault? I have not read Foucault because I don't want to be driven insane today. Foucault wrote of the virtue of becoming homosexual. It is a beer, Steve. It is. It's called Strawberry Pow, and it is from Tripping Animals Brewing. And it is a soda-inspired sour ale with strawberries, and it's delicious. Foucault wrote of the virtues of becoming homosexual. Yeah, see, I don't listen to James Lindsay, not because I don't love and adore him, but because I don't want to be influenced by him in my thought process as I'm like working my way through this. Strawberry Pow. P-O-W, Pow. Okay, now we have to go back and listen again. Can you explain Foucault to us in like a too long didn't read? Hang on. Oh, fuck me. God, okay.
Democracy has refused to give the order to fire when the poor come out of their territory or ghetto. In one of his interviews from the 1980s, Foucault had spoken of the importance of becoming homosexuals as an ethico-political project rather than discovering one's homosexual essence.
Foucault spoke of the virtues of becoming homosexual as a part of an ethical, political project rather than discovering one's homosexual essence. That is saying that being gay is a political act. It's not who you are. It's not who you're born as. Being gay is a political act.
What did such an ethics of becoming homosexual mean for Foucault? He clarifies in another interview when he says, one has to overturn things a bit, and rather than say what one said at a certain moment, that is, let us try to reintroduce homosexuality into the general normality of social relations, let us say the opposite. No, let it, that is homosexuality, escape as far as possible from the type of relations that are proposed to us in our society, and let us try to create in the empty space in which we find ourselves new relational possibilities. So the first thing we'd like to underscore is that a radical trans politics is inseparable from the question of ethics. Or in other words, a radical trans politics implies nothing short of a radical questioning of the way we live. It is inseparable from the question of life. In their text, Introduction to Civil War, Tikkun point out, my form of life relates not to what I am, but to how I am what I am. So what is radical about a trans person is not necessarily that they are trans, but precisely how they are trans. The second thing we'd like to underscore is
what is radical about a trans person is not that they are trans, it is how they are trans. That inherently implies that there is a right way to be trans and a wrong way to be trans. And the right way to be trans is to be trans as a political act of rebellion against the system.
Word escape in what Foucault suggests, because escape always implies fugitivity, and fugitivity always implies a becoming ungovernable. We would be remiss if we thought becoming ungovernable is merely about insurrectionary acts of violence, though it can certainly entail that. But becoming ungovernable is also about amplifying all those seemingly minor acts that destitute the apparatuses and, most importantly, jam the gears of capitalist subjectivation. Escape or becoming ungovernable is also about escaping becoming a subject of power, both in the sense of being a subject to an external power and in the sense of being constrained by subjecting oneself to the laws of one's own identity. We must learn to profane the predicates used to make us governable so that they no longer be an accomplice in policing, but are restored to common use through playfulness and friendship. It is up to us then to find the connections and to forge the necessary acts of care, friendships, and love. It is up to us to fuse the war machine and the care machine in a queer manner, in a queer trans manner, such that each act of care, each act of friendship, each act of finding one another also becomes a declaration of war and vice versa. It is up to us then to forge a trans and queer ethico-political project of becoming ungovernable. Thank you.
Does anyone feel like they need a cigarette? I feel like I need a cigarette. I don't even smoke. That was insane. Violet, I knew you weren't going to let us down. I knew you were. I want to listen to that last part again. Because I don't know if I can though. I don't. Okay, we're gonna listen to that last little bit again one more time because this is Violet's big, culmination about. Okay, Violet is talking about how basically every single thing that a queer and trans person does is an act of rebellion to become ungovernable. Okay, and then we're just gonna take a minute. Okay, and then we're gonna move on.
About escaping becoming a subject of power, both in the sense of being a subject to an external power and in the sense of being constrained by subjecting oneself to the laws of one's own identity. We must learn to profane the predicates used to make us governable so that they no longer be an accomplice in policing, but are restored to common use through playfulness and friendship. It is up to us then to find the connections and to forge the necessary acts of care, friendships, and love. It is up to us to fuse the war machine and the care machine in a queer manner, in a queer trans manner, such that each act of care, each act of friendship, each act of finding one another also becomes a declaration of war and vice versa. It is up to us then to forge a trans and queer ethico-political project of becoming ungovernable. Thank you.
Being trans and queer under transgender Marxism is an act of rebellion and a declaration of war against the entire system so that they can become ungovernable, so that they can eliminate the capitalist oppressors. Do you guys see why it's a problem when conservative commentators don't understand what they're talking about and they don't understand the depth of what this is, and they lie to their audiences, or they gloss over everything that matters, or they make it seem like it's about something that it's not. Because what we all just witnessed here with Violet, and thank you, Violet, for this illuminating essay and discussion, is that queer ideology, gender ideology, the reason they're pushing gender ideology into schools, the reason they're pushing gender ideology onto your kids, is so much worse than what you think it is. It is so much worse. Jeff, thank you for the super chat. Respectfully, Carlin, when you refer to Violet, please use the we pronoun. Thank you, comrade. Gets comrade with a K, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But do you guys understand why this is a problem? Because if you don't understand the monster you are fighting, because you haven't taken the time to fully understand it, and listen, man, after wading into socialism for several months, I have so much more respect for what James Lindsay has put himself through, because James Lindsay reads all this shit. I refuse to read their literature. I refuse to read their philosophy unless I absolutely have to, unless I'm backed into a corner and I need to do it to understand something. Because I can just watch the videos and listen to them talk, and I'm much more interested in how they're showing up in the real world than I am in the philosophy. But James Lindsay has driven himself to the point of insanity and has been the only one to take the bullet to read all this shit and explain it to everyone. And when you watch stuff like this and you really start to understand exactly what they're trying to do, well, I'm going to read the book, bot. But when you watch stuff like this and you really start to understand what the impetus is, it is a whole new level of fucked up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. You have made it to the halfway point of the Queer Marxism Marathon. Let's keep going, folks. Please mount that like button if you have not mounted it already. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. This is the advanced AP class on how fucked up the culture war really is. You will never, ever, 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 ever see the world the same way again after you come to Socialism Saturday. Let's keep going.
Thank you very, very much, Violet. I forgot to say that the CAACD stands for the Conspiratorial Association for the Advancement of Cultural Degeneracy. And this was a question that came up on the YouTube live stream just now. So I thought I would specify. And segueing from that, unfortunately, we've lost Michelle, who had to go work.
We'll have to see, Bot. We'll see.
But I actually would
I
like
hope so.
to, since we haven't got questions from other audience members so far, I'd love to ask you all whether there is something that you would like to respond to without my assistance from one another's presentations.
Now we're going to get into the real good stuff, guys. Hang on to your hat.
And as a follow-up, this question of degeneracy, which comes up also in the introduction, is something I'm curious about. So hold that in your minds. Perhaps we could draw out the different approaches to the politics of degeneracy and monstrosity later on in the discussion. But first off, do you have any immediate kind of ricochets or things to ask one another?
Yeah, I think there's so much
agree,
in
Jeff.
Violet's talk.
There's
that
still
I could
something
get
coming.
into.
I can feel it too. I understand.
Yeah, really quite a remarkable set of talks from all of our contributors. But I'm especially interested in this becoming homosexual point, which I think implicitly you were kind of suggesting that the same would hold for transsexuality or trans political moves, right? That we could kind of take the same approach. Yeah, and I find this notion of like it also appears in Butler, right? She picks this up from Foucault, where she describes she says she went to college and since then she's been being a lesbian, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm really interested in that particular point. Like, yeah, thought that was great.
Thanks, Juice. Yeah, I think you have it right that it also implies the same thing for the trans politics. And I think it's really the ethical aspect here that's so important, and that's a rebuttal to both the kind of liberal assimilationist trans politics that we see, but also the kind of complaints that come from really reactionary social democrats that we have been seeing, especially lately. So it's what separates a queer and communist trans politics from a liberal trans politics is precisely the fact that queer and communist trans politics also implies a question of ethics, a question of how we relate to each other, how we relate to the world, and how precisely how we live. And that is what I think is radical about a queer communist trans politics as opposed to social democracy or liberal assimilationist trans politics.
This is more, I also, Violet, I just really like the phrase jamming the gears of capitalist subjectivization. I thought was really good and made me think of it when you were just responding to Jules' comment and question.
Yeah, I kind of feel like transliberalism, which Nat Raha has an essay from 2015 about this, which is not in the collection, but you can find it online. Yeah, this problem of transliberalism is one that still confounds me. And I think it's also, like, as trans Marxists, I feel like it's important not to underestimate the challenge, right? Because I do find it quite difficult. You know, when people are proposing, like, the slogans you find on the internet are very often like trans rights, like this is the big deal, right? When you bully a politician into saying trans rights or something like that. And it's quite hard to explain what's wrong with that a lot of the time. You know what I mean? Like why framing things in terms of rights is going to lead us into like a bit of a cul-de-sac or a dead end. Yeah, and maybe I'd be very interested in hearing the different national things between the US and the UK where two of the others are based, because there's a sense that, like, in a way, trans rights are never going to amount to a liberatory breakthrough. But on the other hand, so much of trans existence is like trying to squeeze the stuff you need to survive out of a bureaucrat. And like, yeah, and it's on that level that, like, having the correct passport or having an updated, like, birth certificate, as you were talking about, Nate, and stuff like that can really be decisive.
Yeah, I guess I can't, rights are like given back to you in a sense, right? There's something, it's like saying the state owns this, and I'm going to give you a tiny little piece of yourself back to yourself, like a little tiny bit of it. And that's never going to do it. You know, as Violet was putting it, we're not going to get anywhere good as long as we have, you know, the state. There's no way to get rid of capitalism without that. Also, my birth certificate is useful to me. And I think the dissonance between that is part of like the consciousness raising potential of experiencing like reality as a trans person. Like I hate that phrase. I'm like, as I was writing this too, I'm like, where do I put that and not put that? Because, you know, as I was talking about earlier, like I don't want to be in a yogurt commercial about trans people. But, you know, I think that dissonance is important. Like both are like materially true, right? Like it's the, oh yeah, do you have a bank account? How can you be a communist? You know, I mean, it's sort of, you know, yeah, we have to survive and make lives. I think you're pointing that out a little bit in the introduction as well. And we have a reality to exist in, and also like it has to be the basis for anything that we're going to transform. So
see that's they're like this person is now explaining why socialists are allowed to engage in the capitalist system, because they're like, well, that's the world that we live in, we have to survive, we have to, you know, engage in this, that's just reality, it's the way it goes. And without engaging in capitalism, they won't be able to transform it or have their little revolution to create something different. So that's the answer to the question of why socialists are allowed to engage in capitalism, and it's not considered to be hypocritical, because they view it as a means of survival within the system that they have been placed in while they work to overturn the system.
So yeah, I think both can work at the same time.
Yeah, I think Andrew Kirk in his book Dark Deluge also points out the need for playing double roles. And I think that's really important. It's a matter of looking at the question of rights tactically and engaging rights tactically so as to, we engage rights insofar as the gain of certain rights can strengthen the real movement that abolishes the present state of things. But like if the whole movement becomes about recognition and rights, then we have a problem.
I think tactically is a great word for that, especially like just thinking about like what I know it's so many people in this collection also are writing about social reproduction, right? Like what do we need in order to reproduce ourselves and survive? Because that's a prerequisite of any other activity, right? And being like mindful of it and having a tactical relationship, I think that's really awesome way of framing it.
Okay, I will press briefly my question about the differences in this anthology of what could also be perhaps termed transgender Marxisms. I don't know if that's something you considered and discarded. I can very much imagine why, or both. So if you feel like commenting on that as well, please do. But I do think there are there's a very inspiring kind of syncretic, polyvocal character to this anthology. And while we have already today here received, I think, quite a good sense of the dangers of transliberalism and, of course, the very anti-trans Marxisms that have plagued Marxist history. I wonder if we could perhaps get a little bit into the dangers that continue to plague perhaps transgender Marxism, right? So the dangers that we do not necessarily get away from simply by creating this correct and needful revolutionary field to describe our struggle and our thoughts. So I guess to me, the question of family abolition and the term degeneracy seem like a way into this. Perhaps in the introduction,
Here we go.
Elle
Family
and
abolition.
Jules, you write, let's sum up. The convulsive rise of the global right has placed the transitioner alongside the migrant as a key symptom and agent of, quote, cultural degeneracy, unquote. And this parallelism is one that some trans theorists, such as Paul Preciado, have leaned into very hard. So I guess I'm asking all of you, if you don't mind, in turn, to comment on how one could have, although I suppose it might be stretching Marxism quite far to include what Preciado does, but
if I ever get the chance to interview Sophie, and I would love to fucking interview Sophie, Sophie, you can come on my channel anytime. Please let me interview you, Sophie. If I ever get a chance to interview Sophie, here's going to be my first question. Do you have daddy issues? Sophie, how do you feel about your father? Can we explore the undercurrents? What did daddy do to hurt you when you were a little, and I already know the answer because she literally writes about her daddy issues in one of her books. Sophie's father told Sophie that if Sophie wasn't his biological child, that he wouldn't take care of her. That he wouldn't love her and that he wouldn't take care of her. And she had to be his biological child for him to do that. And Sophie has carried around those daddy issues ever since then. And there's probably other stuff that she didn't write about in her book too. There's a reason these people want to abolish the family.
I think there is some claim to a Marxist approach there. What are the ways in which the dangers of responding to what you call trans panic and the charge of degeneracy, the charge of monstrosity in that kind of recuperative way? Does that make sense? I would love to hear each of you riff a little bit on degeneracy in that sense. Is it for us? Is it for trans Marxists? To summarize.
I'm excited about degeneracy. Who would like to go first?
SUNY professor.
SUNY
professor.
One of the things I noticed, like the
University
responses to transliberalism, were just making me think about sort of inclusion politics in general. And I think that one thing that degeneracy or monstrosity offers is sort of like a way of articulating why it's sort of a bad idea to formulate like your politics around the possibility of being included in something that is actually like super violent and harmful. And I think that there are, that so many of the ways that sort of difference has been leveraged and turned into something that is useful for capitalism, right? That can be like served is by like this fantasy that you can get inside enough, right? That you're going to be powerful, like in this specific way, and you're going to have this identity that is like very protective. And so I think also it's probably why I think it's more common, especially, the less intersecting forms of like shittiness you experience under capitalism, the more likely you are to find, I think, transliberalism within communities, right? Like upper middle class white trans folks tend to have more liberal leanings that I think is reflective of like, politics at large there. But I think, I don't know, degeneracy to me, that like that refusal.
Jamie says, I'm terrified to send my daughter to college next year. Don't do it, Jamie. Don't do it. Make her get a job. Make her go out into the world and get a job and not take out student loans. Do not send your kids to college. I'm not even joking. And I say that as someone who spent a lot of time in college. I have the highest level of education that I can attain. And I was very lucky and very blessed that I never had a woke education. I never went to a woke school. It was an accident. I didn't mean it that way, but that's just the way it turned out. I never went to a woke school. That's not to say I didn't learn woke shit in college. I absolutely did learn woke, especially my undergraduate college. I learned a lot of woke stuff. Like, but overall, the experience wasn't that bad. I would never. Well, I mean, I'm sure but like, I would never. I hope she's going to a conservative school, Jamie. I would never send my kids to college. No. Go get a job.
To explain also why you're like everybody else, right? Why you have to be like everybody else in this specific way, that like the way that we build solidarity or commonality with people is by saying that we are the same, when in fact, like the very best thing about us, Audre Lorde talking about difference, right? Like it's constitutive of our strength is that we are so different. Like we're so fundamentally different from each other. It's why we're so creative. It's positive, it's good. I don't want to be included. And I think that is degenerate.
This is actually a really great point. You can dodge a lot of woke stuff if you do online education. This is a really great point. My master's and my PhD were entirely online. And I actually learned much better online because online you have, you do a lot more reading and you do a lot more repeating back, like what you know, in the form of like discussion posts and that sort of thing. It helped me retain stuff that I just, in a way that my undergraduate coursework, just didn't allow me to like retain as well. So like, I can't recommend this enough. If you're going to do college, do online college. There's no reason to do in-person college in most cases. But yeah, the reason I avoided a lot of the woke shit is because my master's and my PhD were online. And I mean, I may take a lot of shit for that, but like, I mean, God, it was a blessing in retrospect. Like I did it because I was a working adult and I wanted to keep working because I liked working. and I wanted to do my education part-time while I was working. And but then my undergraduate was at Boston University, but it was at Boston University during the John Silber years where he was very conservative. And so Boston University was not the liberal woke Ibram X. Kendi hellhole that it is now. It was like in the before times. And so I was so lucky. And Western Governors is good too. Western Governors is a great online school. Online before the pandemic, online a really long time. They know their stuff.
University is fantastic for not being included in that way.
No different perspective that wishes to be aired. Okay.
I was just giving the others a chance, but I've got a perspective. Yeah, so concerning, there's a few different things going on in your question, Sophie. I suppose the first one is Paul Preciado, who I've read. I've read him. I wouldn't say I base very much of my thinking on his work at all. Maybe unconsciously, maybe as a cautionary tale. But no, I have I have no desire to like dismiss him or trash his contribution to thought, but I would not say it's especially relevant to mine. And I was not familiar with the writing you're referring to. I've since read all about it, so that was kind of like I don't know if that came out prior to ours or whether it came out after we'd already written this or what. So it was certainly not a homage. But one thing which actually Nate and I co-wrote, I think this was again for the Verso Books blog, kind of gets into the guts of this question, like migration and transition a little bit more. But what we're sort of alluding to there, I guess, is this, yeah, well, it's something I've noticed, and it's something which is very much tied in with the question of the household, which we explore in some length in the introduction, which is that a lot of the time, right-wing movements actually are much more adept at this, at kind of bringing things together in a way that often the left is more nervous to do. So often reactionary movements seem to just intuitively pull together these threads to empower themselves. And to like, yeah, speak in these languages of kind of like equating different things and whatever. And it's quite unusual. Like one of the examples we talk about is Black Lives Matter, and the peak of it last year. It's quite unusual to see moments like that when obviously left-wing movements or tendencies kind of achieve the same thing, which is why we found that moment, the Black Trans Lives Matter demonstrations, which happened worldwide, so encouraging. So that's kind of like what we're getting at. I wouldn't say that there's like an interest in us like leaning into the story, but kind of what we talk about in the Nate piece kind of quite practically is that also transition and migration are sort of two interwoven, often mutually necessitating kind of moments. A lot of the time it actually simplifies your life a lot to get out of the country for various different reasons. In many cases, due to better juridical regimes, better like prospects of updating your identity and whatever else. And also just because you're moving to a new place where nobody knows you, you can introduce yourself however you like. All sorts of advantages sort of accrue from crossing national borders, switching cities, even migration within countries. So like there's a great deal more to be said there. But I have consistently found though that like a lot of the times if you want to do like good revolutionary theory, you have to kind of like make sense of what the right wing and what reactionary movements are up to. And often that's almost like a head start on actually coming up with some kind of meaningful intersectionality or like whatever you'd like to call it. Yeah, that's my answer.
Just want to comment. I mean, it's not some definitive answer, but Sophie posed a question of recuperation with respect to degeneracy, and it's interesting because degeneracy is a very biopolitical term, and it has a long history with, like, there's a whole theory of social degeneracy, and you know, it then gets linked to heredity, and who are the people who are causing this kind of degeneracy within the population, who need to be weeded out and then eliminated for the health of the population. I think one of the dangers of recuperation with respect to charges of degeneracy is that, I mean, especially over here, what I've seen is a lot of the times when, like,
Yes, exactly. So this is where Matt Walsh comes in. They plan ahead, and then people like Matt Walsh take the bait that they planned for them, and then Matt Walsh successfully reinforces the point that they're making and does everything that they want him to do because he took their bait. Exactly, Eduardo. Exactly.
stereotypes are made about trans people. A lot of liberal and NGO oriented people answer in the opposite. Like, it's obviously important to not give in to the stereotype, but they often fall into a kind of inverted stereotype, which basically kind of normalizes them as subjects, and it leads to this kind of bad division between the good trans people and the bad trans people. The good trans people who are associated with the NGOs, who attend LGBT events, and the bad trans people who are generally sex workers or who generally make a living through sex work and begging mostly. So that's obviously a danger. I mean, the danger lies in how we face the charge of degeneracy.
Hang on, we have Alaska on the channel. Welcome, Barefoot in Alaska. We appreciate you being here. This is kind of if you feel like you're getting thrown into the deep end of the pool tonight, you are. This isn't all we watch. This is the really heavy advanced stuff. But if you have questions, please ask them in the chat. This is real socialism. These are real socialists. These are real Marxists talking about what they believe. And so just like hang in, because this is a bear of a presentation to come in on. But I promise we do lighter things throughout the week, and we'll help bring you up to speed.
Like, do we simply assert that no, we are not degenerates, or we are not the real degenerates, you are the real degenerate, or something like that? Or do we like attack the very framework through which this kind of classification is made, like through which this kind of through which people can be, through which subsections of the population can be weeded out as degenerates? So I think that is one of the points I wanted to.
Great. Well, I feel very satisfied with the range of responses to that question. I just want to note, to be completely clear, the introduction by Elle and Jules makes very clear that the analogization of the figure of the migrant and the figure of the transitioner is something that is produced by the rising global right. It's not an analytic that is used positively by the contributors, as far as I can see so far. I haven't read the whole thing, I confess, which is sad. But so I want to bundle together two questions now that have to do with what else. TERFs from the live chat. So some feminist transphobia is couched in the language of Marxism, and some is not. But it is an interesting phenomenon, the phenomenon of the avowedly historical materialist, emphasis on materialist as in Kathleen Stock's recent book, sort of Material Girls, strain of trans exclusionary radical feminism. One questioner in the audience asks whether we find any common ideological or affective traits among left comrades who suddenly come out as TERFs. What do you think drives them to assume this stance? Off the top of my head, I'm reminded of a comment Alyosha Tudor made on a panel I was very recently on to confront the emergency phenomenon of TERFism crossing the Atlantic from the UK to the US. And Alyosha said that the affect of the
goodness.
turf is that of the fox hunter, right? It's a sadistic, a cruel sport. The second questioner has a curiosity about the UK's specificity, which I know some of us here have written on, including Jules. The UK has seen a lot of transphobia on the even Marxist left. Why do you feel it's been different in that respect from, for example, the US, or is it? Perhaps we could also go broader than the opposition, UK, US. So yeah, let's address the TERFs.
TERFs are trans exclusionary radical feminists, for people who don't know.
Well, Al, you're still based there, so do you want to say anything?
Well, in terms of the book itself, it's not about TERFs. There's very little in the book about TERFs at all. I mean, there's lots of writing about TERFs. There is lots and lots of good writing about TERFs and feminism and trans women arguing with TERFs and arguing for their place within feminism. We kind of wanted to pull the camera back and take a bigger, wider ambit on this phenomenon. Even though they're an important part, they do not make up many of the reflections or any of the reflections in the book. So I can't say that we devote a lot of our time or our thought to TERFs themselves. I think the primary affect of TERFism is just disgust at trans women, disgust at removing or changing bodies or just any sort of claim to womanhood from them. I don't know about we do have like Marxists who are TERFs as far as like an identifiable Marxist TERFism. I don't really think such a thing exists. I think there are just people who are TERFs who express their disgust and occasionally who are Marxists or used to be Marxists. Where as far as it goes with the socialist left, you do have lots of people who are involved in trade union bureaucrats, just that sort of milieu, and also just the general middle class disgust at transgender people in general. Anyone else? Jules?
Yeah, well, I mean, like you, Sophie, I've published some stuff on this before. I will say I've lost interest in them a lot, but I can see why, especially people based in Britain, have this as like a pressing concern. I guess I have a comment or two, but I would just like to reiterate, like Al says, this is not, this is not like the primary focus of the book. And another thing which is not the primary focus of the book is like transphobia on the left. I have some recommendations if people want to know that kind of stuff. The writings of Sylvia McShane. There's a collection by Red Fightback, I think, which is exclusively about this. There's also this Blood and Turf podcast, which is very illuminating. Run by one trans man and one trans woman. And those are all things to check out if you're interested in it. So that kind of ground I feel like has been covered. But to what's interesting to me, what I firstly say, what's interesting to me is not only like transphobia on the left, obviously, that's there's going to be transphobia in any part of society. But I think what's interesting more and more lately is like, just how there's never any shortage of like revolutionary trans people. Like you're just not going to run out of them on whatever, whether it's on a social media website or in organizing meetings or stuff. You'll just constantly be meeting people, and that's my experience, having been in, I guess, left-wing circles of one kind or another in 3 different countries. So that's the point we seem to be at now. So I think we should be talking about like transsexuality on the left as well. But finally, in concerns of like, insofar as there are transphobic Marxists, like full-blown Marxists, I guess Paul Cockshott is the most prominent example. I can't really see any like direct connection between the Marxism and the transphobia. It seems to just be a sort of like side interest. So on terms of effective stuff, I'm not quite so sure I could venture something. But one thing I will say is this question of like material girls and like materialism is something I find especially remarkable for very nerdy reasons. And like I say, there's one essay in the book which does get into like materialist feminism, with mini critique. which is Anya's essay. I think, yeah, is that the last one in the book, on the cosmic nature of proletarian and trans women. And that's great, because the very strange thing with actual materialist feminism, which is usually saying these days I would distinguish from Marxist feminism, is they make precisely the opposite argument to TERFs, or to transphobic feminists, whatever you want to call them. Because a transphobic feminist says, well, there's this thing called sex, and that's this like solid condition, and then gender is like a layer of social ideological notion that gets like draped over it. And the materialist feminists would begin the other way around. They would say, well, there's this gender system, and then this mobilizes these differences. Like there are all of these completely arbitrary distinctions, like, oh, this person has too large a thigh bone, or this person has like his shoulders are too small, and all of these these differences, which are actually just a random, well, not a random, but like a constellation of physical traits, are then sort of like remobilized. So this is the stuff I really used to be into, like I guess like 8 or 9 years ago, maybe even more now. So there is like an element of that in the book. I wouldn't say there's like in-depth or like analytic engagement with materialist feminism, and maybe it would be interesting if there was, because there's probably an interesting story to be seen in how Marxist and materialist feminism kind of became more obviously detached, I guess, across the like mid 2010s. But this is my like nerdy intellectual response, and I really would love more people to read like the Sex in Question PDF collection, stuff like that. There's a lot of like materialist feminist thinkers like Mini Petit and
Jules is
yeah,
definitely
Matteo, other kind of like there's like a lot of interesting work.
something must be going on with Jules, because I have seen presentations in which Jules says some of the craziest shit that you've ever seen. I have Jules on video talking about how testosterone is a party drug that they take recreationally before they go out at night to the club. I have that. It's on the channel. Something's going, maybe Jules just got broken up with or something, like she just had a good cry or like whatever, but like something is going on with the energy tonight. That's okay. We have one more presentation with Jules in it after this. Maybe she'll pick it up.
Which I think we can still do something with. But
You never know what's going to come out of her mouth, though.
This
So
is going to be is probably an interesting question. Anyway, that's the end of that.
Yeah, I haven't read a lot of materialist feminism, but I have read Monique Wittig's One is Not Born a Woman. And like you said, like the positions that Wittig sketches out there is absolutely incompatible with TERF politics. So yeah, I mean, I have faced a lot of TERF Marxists over here though. I mean, in recent years, especially with...
Do you know why they really hate TERFs? Does anyone want to take a guess about why they really hate TERFs? I mean, I have a theory. I don't know that it's absolutely correct. I haven't heard them say this, but I have a theory that I think is pretty grounded in everything we've heard tonight. Why do you guys think that these people really hate TERFs? Feminists who say trans women are not women and should not be considered women, and we don't want them in our spaces and stuff like that. Yup, I think that this is part of it. TERFs want to protect children. Yup. If you think about, remember, according to these people, being trans is a political act. Being queer is a political act of rebellion against the system. TERFs defend the gender binary. Go one step further. TERFs conform to the system. That is exactly right. TERFs conform to the system. TERFs also don't want to get rid of the gender binary. They don't want to abolish the gender binary. But remember, the goal of these people is to destabilize the system so they can use that destabilization to attack capitalism. And they view being trans and queer as a political act of rebellion against the system, against everything that is normal. TERFs conform to the system. TERFs don't want to destabilize the system. TERFs just want women to be protected and women to be treated equally and fairly. That's all TERFs want. TERF is a fundamentally different ideology than queer Marxism, queer theory, critical queer theory, whatever it is. They are two completely different things. That's why they hate TERFs, because TERFs are directly counter to not just because it is too. This is one of those instances where it's like, it's easy to say they hate TERFs because TERFs don't think that trans women are real women. Okay, that's the easy answer. But why? Because these people consider being trans and queer a political act of rebellion against everything as normal, and TERFs don't buy into that bullshit. TERFs are one of the most disruptive things to how the world, how the normies engage with these types of people. Make sense?
Like social democratic Stalinists over
Exactly.
here in recent.
Exactly. TERFs don't want to tear down capitalism. That's not what TERFs want. TERFs just want women to be, to have spaces and to be treated well and to be safe and all that stuff. Now, TERFs are crazy. A lot of TERFs are crazy. Don't get me wrong. Like, let's not front. TERFs are not perfect people. They're not. But they're not these people.
Years they've kind of shifted and become pro-trans in terms of like representation and state recognition. But if you like just talk to them, they will tell you that they are fine with recognizing that gender is a social construct, etc. But biological sex is real, and they're really very stringent on that point and won't budge. So this very superficial kind of inclusion of trans people is going on in their politics, which is very frustrating for me. Yeah, but yes, I think that also has to do with like this very vulgar idea of materialism that they operate with, which just reduces materialism to something you can see or touch, or just plain reality as you perceive it, which is just extremely vulgar materialism and doesn't really stand up to much scrutiny. But yeah, like both Ellie and Juice mentioned, a lot of this kind, a lot of people who are peddling this kind of politics happen to be middle class people, and who always create this chimerical notion of the working class that doesn't really exist and is more a figment of middle class guilt than anything to do with real working class people. But yeah, it's really a kind of politics that's rooted in the petite bourgeoisie and the middle class.
I like I think vulgar materialism is a really good way to describe that. And the sex is real thing too. I was thinking about that when I was writing. I did have a moment where I paused in the middle and like, here are all the different ways that people try to explain being trans, right? Like gender, sure, but underneath we have sex, and that's, and I'm like, I've asked a class full of people if they know what their karyotype is, and your karyotype is the thing that they're talking about when they're not talking about like there's a piece of information, a string of information that is suggestive possibly about what parts of your body might look a specific way, and then there's a huge range still, and they're like, no. I'm like, you know what your gender is, but you don't know that, right? So like their experience contradicts that, and it's actually pretty easy to like uproot that. But I do think I can't imagine them being very good Marxists following on that either. And I know we've talked about all this very like wide variety of different ways to be
How do you define a good
Marxist, but it
Nate?
does seem like a very like you have to have like a liturgical relationship where you're just sort of reciting things. You can't really be thinking about like any of the kind of, just the dynamism of like you can't think about something like commodity fetishism and then also be like, but the real is this thing and it exists out there and it's like a rock and we're going to find it and take a picture of it and then we know what it is. Which isn't even if you were like, even if you were like hard science only, that isn't even how that works. And like if you look at matter in certain ways, it does different stuff because you've looked at it, right? Like observing changes the system you're participating in. So like even at their most literal, it doesn't track. So I think it's mostly reactionary in like the most classic sense. It's emotional, it's a refusal. It is beyond the capacity of like what is like can be reasoned through in most instances. And so in the same way, I tell students, like, if you're going to write a paper about geography, you do not have to address the flat earthers first. I don't usually write about the turfs too much either, because, and I think it's meaningful. It's not, that's not all like, it's a good question and it should be written about, but like, also there's an incredible amount, the type of labor and the cost for thinking about people that despise you at length and trying to imagine what's going on inside their head. I don't know if the return on it is always excellent.
Oh, we do it every day, Nate. I guess we're just stronger than you are.
There needs to be a study on transmasochism and how it intersects with hate reading, I think. But it's for another time and definitely another book collection.
Transmasochism. Well, thanks for all those responses. I'm going to move on to a line of inquiry from the chat where if the editors don't mind previewing a little more, there's curiosity about Anya Flower's essay, which is entitled Cosmos Against Nature, is that right? The Cosmos Against Nature in the Class Struggle of Proletarian Trans Women. And the person asking the question is thinking about this in terms of the thoughts on materialism that have been floated, and is reminded of how Zora Neale Hurston calls an aspect of herself that can shake off racism cosmic Zora. And I guess this kind of seems to me like a good question to treat as perhaps a more open question about your anthologies and your respective transgender Marxism's relation to the shibboleth of nature. I mean, I know it's like no pressure. Marxist human geographers like to talk about the production of nature a lot, but there are different, that's my training, but there are different philosophical trainings in the room. So take your time.
Can you, okay, so I can think where nature would go in that, but can you, what is the question pertaining to, like this, my brain is just thinking about like Donna Haraway and the Natural History Museum and like, but I'm not contextualizing it properly. What do you want to, can you restate?
The person just says that they are curious about the cosmos versus nature idea.
Okay.
Sorry, it is quite broad.
All right. Okay, gotcha. I don't know if I can, maybe if someone else does it, I can riff off of it, but I don't think I can start it.
Okay, so Anya's piece is taking the theme of cosmic ideas in trans cultures, so as a jumping off point. So you have obsessions with Sailor Moon, obsessions with sci-fi, the idea that some people want to be a ball of light, or other sorts of ideas that frequently occur as descriptions of dysphoria. Dysphoria is a sort of cosmic raw, and she's using this as like a jumping off point to understand gender as a real abstraction and nature as a real abstraction, and how these sort of things interact. So she's riffing off Alfred Sommerfeld's idea of real abstraction, where abstractions are not just mental abstractions, but abstractions that we do socially together in our collective social practice of exchange and so forth. And so when you have the exchange, you really do act as though certain objects really do have these values inherent in them that you are exchanging as quotidian parts, or using the medium of money to do so. And then you can extend this idea to, well, drawing on materialist feminism, she draws on this and extends it to gender, to race, to nature itself, also in bringing Kohei Saito's Marx's eco-socialism as the production of nature, or say Alfred Schmidt's the theory of nature in Marx. So if you have gender as an oppressive real abstraction that dominates you, that subordinates you, that pushes itself down onto you, not just as an idea, but as a social practice, and how transition is a move away from the abstract to the concrete, to realize yourself, to realize your desires, and to bring about a more livable, ethical, social practice of substantiation. Jules, do you remember the rest? Yes, she's no, she's drawing on Ilyankov. He was he wrote a book called the Abstraction of the Concrete in Marx's Capital during the sort of Khrushchev War, and it was like about Marx's method and how it differs from bourgeois social science, where ideas are ripped out of context and ripped out of term. And that's, the idea of Locke or Hume, or how they understand social categories. Whereas, you contrast it with Ilyankov and Marx, and he understands like abstractions as real, as socially real, as things that we do together, and not just things that we think. And this is how you should understand a materialist or trans-Marxist materialism.
Yeah, wow, that was quite the summary.
So where else was the question going? I forgot now. I've lost my
No,
train.
I think that unless people would like to speak more broadly to the way that a transgender Marxism or Marxisms relate to nature via perhaps cyborgicity and other kinds of Marxist feminism, we can.
I think like there's a couple of things to say. Like, yeah, like the work of Ilyankov has been like, weirdly it's proliferated among a lot of different circles recently, and specifically this idea about like the like 100%. He has this formulation that like what's human in someone is like 100% social, not even 99% social, and this is like his kind of provocation. And Anya's essay, which is quite remarkable, has this way of applying that. So Ilyankov was always also been like this duo called the Queer Communists, who are based in Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, have also been dealing with Ilyankov recently with this, which is one of the things we cite in our introduction, by the way. But previously I had never really seen an application which was blending this kind of stuff with Son Rethel.
Yeah, as many as several pineapple.
Which I think is great. Like the real abstraction and the what's normally considered more kind of Marxological work, and applying that to this issue. So I'm really happy that that's I'm happy there's Son Rethel in the collection and being applied this way for sure. I'm actually in a reading group reading Son Rethel this month, so he's kind of on my brain at the moment. And with regards to like the cosmic stuff and the natural, I feel like this is always this is kind of the nature of all science fiction, right? It forces us to it defamiliarizes us and sort of obliges us to try and reconsider what parts of our lives are actually natural and what parts are not. So like to me it's not like so surprising that so many trans people have found themselves kind of like drawn towards these settings and themes and whatever else. But to get more abstract, I'm not going to go on forever, but to get more abstract on the question of nature, I think I disagree with loads of people about the way they talk about nature and the natural. I find it very objectionable. And I have this new piece in Hypocrite Reader which talks about like I kind of involve myself with some other crit theory ecologism and stuff. And I make an attempt to kind of like make the case for an old-fashioned dogmatic humanistic Marxism. So like that's something I've written on, but it's not something I've written on in this collection. Like this collection is my contribution is maybe less demanding in this one. So
just to clarify for viewers, you're talking about Ewald Ilyankov on the one hand, right? And also your piece on queer social reproduction in Hypocrite Reader, an aviary of queer social reproduction.
Oh no, I haven't. I have a second piece.
Okay.
I have a second piece.
I haven't
much
seen
longer
that out
does this
yet.
have in it?
My bad.
Almost done this
It
one.
can be hard to keep track of at times.
Very
anyway,
close, 15 minutes.
I spoke loads, so I'm happy to hear any more questions or perspectives.
I almost want to go on to the
Oh,
next
here it
one,
is.
but I'm just like,
Hypocrites or just proles?
if we do that, they're going to say something
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah, so this is about Tim Morton's hyperobjects. And,
Yes.
And what's on it. So,
Okay, fantastic. And I've also popped some links in the YouTube live stream for people curious for more in the weeds stuff about the difference between British and US feminist, transphobic, and state and media formations. There are several commentaries by Jules at the New Socialist, Ellie's magazine on this topic. Okay.
and your Savage piece was great too. The Savage piece is really
Thank you very
impressive.
much. I've actually been wondering a bit whether I fell in that piece into some of the traps that you lay out, you and Elle, so well in the introduction to transgender Marxism, where the trans woman becomes in the end a little sort of figural, a little what did you say, Ellie? Sotto voce. It's sort of there's a
Areas of a special responsibility.
A special responsibility. But I think thank you. I think elements of it still stand, personally. Okay. I would like to
really check your positionality. Wow.
Thank you. I would like to maybe abuse chair privilege, partly because we have some enthusiastic comments, but no questions currently. I did, as you might imagine, the thing where I searched for the word family in the PDF to see, you know, what kind of, emphasis it has, and it's a lot. Let's see.
Good.
It seems to be 112 instances. So could we possibly talk about the family briefly? It seems to be something I want to say that the contribution.
What replaces capitalism? Marxism. Marxism. A world with no biological families, where children are assigned by the state, where public schooling and public education is mandatory because they've outlawed homeschooling and private schools and all that, where healthcare is granted by the government, where you have no private property, you don't even have your own personal kitchen. They want to get rid of kitchens because they want to build these 15-minute cities where you go to the communal area in order to get your food in the 15-minute city. They want you will own nothing and you will be happy. That's what comes after capitalism. You will own nothing and you will be happy, and everyone belongs to everyone else.
Contributors here all do mention, and there is of course the resurgent possibility of talking about family abolition, which also in itself has
and there's no gender, and everyone's non-binary. Everyone goes by they or zim or zer or z, and yeah, fun times.
Liberal, neoliberal, sort of non-Marxist versions, and there is the question of queer kinship and whether that is an adequate kind of translation of the horizon of
queer
abolishment
kinship
that Marx and Engels initially threw out in the Communist Manifesto, the infamous proposal.
So Sophie just said it. Queer kinship, according to Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto, which we read not too long ago, queer kinship will replace the biological family. Let's just rewind that a little bit. This is why I'm so glad we're listening all the way to the end. This happens every single time. The moment we're like, maybe we should just move on, like, nope, something crazy is said. Let's listen. Hang on. Okay, so what has happened is Sophie has looked through the book Transgender Marxism, and she's asking about, what does transgender Marxism say about the family? Let's listen.
So could we possibly talk about the family briefly? It seems to be something I want to say that the contributors here all do mention, and there is of course the resurgent possibility of talking about family abolition, which also in itself has liberal, neoliberal, sort of non-Marxist versions. And there is the question of queer kinship and whether that is an adequate kind of translation of the horizon of abolishment that Marx and Engels initially threw out in the Communist Manifesto, the infamous proposal. So do transgender Marxists abolish the family? I suppose this is not a question I feel like posing in separation from the question of abolishing capitalism. Your book's blurb is very clear that in order to achieve transgender liberation, abolishing capitalism is the sine qua non. These things cannot happen separate from one another. But if we do kind of limit ourselves to the question of the family, what can we say about the specificity and the affordances of our transgender Marxist perspective? I will say that I think full surrogacy now is a form of transgender Marxist scholarship. At least I would.
Full Surrogacy Now is the book that Sophie wrote, all about how we need to abolish the family because giving birth is just too difficult and dangerous for women, and the family is abusive and it privatizes care. And this is another thing that's going to happen when we overturn capitalism and we introduce Marxism, is the reason they want to abolish the family is because they want care to be given by the state, by the public, because privatized care is dangerous and unsafe, and it requires unpaid labor on the part of women because all labor is gendered and they think that only women care for people in the home. And so they want to take that responsibility of providing the unpaid care and unpaid labor off of the backs of these poor oppressed women and instead give it to the state. So the state is going to take care of us till death, probably instituting something like MAID like they have in Canada. Do you guys remember what happened in Soylent Green? What happened in Soylent Green when people were ready to go? They went to the state-sponsored center where they were put in a nice room with a beautiful screen and had music played, and they drank the drink, and then they left in the truck, and then they became the food because Soylent Green is people. Not to like totally black pill everyone or anything, but that's literally what we're effing talking about.
Would make that claim, and you can argue against me. But yeah, so that's my, with 10 minutes to go, selfish line of inquiry.
Just a little question at the end, right? I don't think that I think about that question a lot. I don't know how much of it is in what I was writing for this, but I have a child who is now an adult, which is weird. And also, I've been, teaching for a while now, and I really.
Did you hear that? I have a child, which is a non-adult. Do you know how I keep telling you guys that socialists don't perceive children to be children? They perceive them to be little adults. It's like how Scientologists perceive children to be little adults that should be treated like adults and given adult responsibilities, because it's not that they're children, it's that they're adults in little bodies. What did that, again, this person is a professor in the State University of New York system, the public college system in New York. Is one of the professors, at least one, probably as many as several, are trans Marxists, okay? And this person has just said, I have a child who is a non-adult. Has anyone ever called their kid a non-adult? That's weird.
I think that in a similar way that you can't get rid of capitalism without getting rid of the state, that we have to have some kind of liberation of children and stop treating them like property if we're going to get anywhere as well. And in order to do that, you cannot have the family the way it is right now.
Oh yeah.
Can't. cannot.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing with abolish the family is they think that the biological family makes children private property. And remember, they're Marxists, and we'll listen to what this person had to say again so you can hear the full thing. They're Marxists, and so they believe in abolishing all private property. They don't want you to own your home. They don't want you to own your car. They don't want you to own your business. They don't want you to have a private kitchen in your house. They don't want you to have any of these things because they want you reliant on the state for everything. Remember, you will own nothing and you will be happy. But one of the things that they consider you to own are your biological children. They consider under capitalism that biological children are private property of the parents. This is why they're going after parental rights right now. Because when they abolish your parental rights, as they are really trying very hard to do, the children will then be property of the state. They will be public property. The public will care for them. Because they believe under the biological family that children are exploited for their labor. And this SUNY professor has just said that we cannot abolish capitalism and keep the biological family. Let's just listen to this again because this is a really weird interaction.
At the end, right? I don't think that I think about that question a lot. I don't know how much of it is in what I was writing for this, but I have a child who is now an adult, which is weird. And also, I've been, teaching for a while now, and I really think, I think that in a similar way that you can't get rid of capitalism without getting rid of the state, that we have to have some kind of liberation of children and stop treating them like property if we're going to get anywhere as well. And in order to do that, you cannot have the family the way it is right now, right? Cannot exist. Because so much of it is about that sort of like that education as a form of reproduction, which really mirrors that sort of like deposit-oriented model, right? Very like banking model of education, way of engaging with other people. And it's traumatic. It's traumatic. And then you have people trying to come through the other end of that. And fundamentally, like, economics is relationships, right? Between people and each other and people in the world. So we cannot have that kind of dysfunctional relationship between people and also have communism, I don't think. So I don't know. I think a lot of people talked about social reproduction. It'll come up there too, but I think that's probably all I have for that.
He also just said social reproduction. Anytime you hear social reproduction, you have to think abolish the biological family. Because again, social reproduction, and Sophie quite literally explained this to us. You can go back and watch the Red May stream that we did, the very first Red May stream we did. So we literally have Sophie in the chat explaining this. Social reproduction theory says that the biological family exists to create new labor to feed and uphold capitalism. So it's not about creating a family. It's not about creating little humans that then you raise. It is about you are creating labor that goes into upholding the system of capitalism. And because the biological family is creating in the form of children or non-adults, as this SUNY professor would say, because the biological family is creating the labor that upholds capitalism, therefore the biological family must be destroyed. Is everyone tracking? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think the question of family abolition is like absolutely fundamental to a politics of transliberation, because the family is a site where trans people experience such immense amounts of violence. Like, even speaking personally, I don't want to go into my own experiences, but I can very much testify to the fact that the family is an extremely violent institution that ensures.
Violet is never going to let us down. Violet believes that the biological family must be abolished because the family is a violent unit that is unsafe for trans people.
Ensures capitalist reproduction, the reproduction of capitalist social relations. And also, I mean, in psychiatric power, Foucault points out that the family is like the privileged linchpin through which people pass between all the disciplinary institutions, from the school to the psychiatric hospital or the asylum to the workplace. The family is like the linchpin connecting all of these institutions. And I mean, I think like for trans people especially, the question of family abolition is absolutely paramount, and a lot of people want to like, and just kind of a lot of social democrats, reactionary social democrats, again, just want to point out how family abolition is like something neoliberal. Like obviously there is a neoliberal mobilization of uh, 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 something that we could, like in a very vulgar sense, call family abolition, but that's not what family abolition is meant.
Well, no. This is not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Abolishing the family in the world of the socialist is a necessary step towards everyone being beholden upon the state. Because right now, people are, the most loyalty you have, for most people, not all, but is to your family. Your family is always going to usurp the connection that you have to the state. And they can't have that. They can't have anything. And they're going to, and they say repeatedly, we want to abolish the state. We want to abolish the state. We want to abolish the state. No, they don't. They want to control the state. They want to be the state. They don't realize that they're the useful idiots who are going to be against the wall as soon as they succeed in their little Marxist revolution. Ain't none of them going to be in the upper crust. Ain't none of them going to be the bourgeois. But they believe that they are. And the biological family is like the big thing standing between them and you.
In the communist sense, that's certainly not what Marx and Engels meant by family abolition in the Communist Manifesto. And like the question of family abolition is extremely old. It's there in Marx and Engels, like liberating children from the tyranny of their parents. It's also there in
the Communist Manifesto. Liberating children from the tyranny of their parents. Guys, you have got to read the Communist Manifesto. I know you don't want to. I know it's boring, but it is so quick to read. It is a really short read. You can download a free PDF on the internet. You don't have to pay money for it. You need to read the Communist Manifesto. Violet has literally just said the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels, calls for the abolition of the family to liberate children from the tyranny of their parents. Are you paying attention yet? Now consider that these people control the schools. These people control the education that your kids are getting. That's not an exaggeration. James Lindsay says it in the introduction to the Marxification of education. Every single one of your kids goes to Paulo Freire's schools. Paulo Freire was literally quoted by Violet in this presentation. Violet also believes that the family must be abolished in accordance with the Communist Manifesto from 150 years ago, because children must be liberated from the tyranny of their parents. These people believe that children are considered private property under capitalism. They don't think that should be. They think that children are considered that children are being taken advantage of and exploited by their parents, and it is their job to liberate them. And in the very next paragraph in the Communist Manifesto, right after Marx and Engels says that we want to abolish the family to liberate children from the tyranny of their parents, in literally the very next paragraph, they say they're going to use the schools to do it. Every single one of your kids go to Palafieri schools. These people control the schools. Wrap your head around that. And if you have kids, I really hope you take them out of public schools.
And Bakunin has this quote about how children are no one's property, not their parents, nor the states. And even with things like, say, the trans child getting access to HRT, we see all this conservative trans panic about the child not being in a position to actually be able to decide whether they should go for HRT or not, which seems to me a very redundant question, since nobody asked the child if they consented to being to sexuation at birth or not. So since they're already sexuated without their consent, to then these very same people who are not against sexuation then coming around and saying how HRT is like endangering the children. But I think it also fundamentally points.
Did you just hear the argument that Violet made? Because we literally talked about this argument yesterday on Happy Hour. Because yesterday in Happy Hour, we watched a presentation about how LGBTQIA plus youth are being affirmed through programs in your public libraries. And in the presentation yesterday, they talked about how oh gosh, I just had a thought and it just flew out of my head. Shit. This was definitely related to what we saw yesterday. Anyway, what he just said, what Violet just said is that parents, oh no, this is what it is. So in the presentation where the librarian was talking about how like the librarian was talking about how do we take care of these young trans kids in libraries. I said in the presentation, have they talked about had they started arguing that you should not assign sex at birth on birth certificates? And it turns out that they have. Bot found 2 articles from a couple years ago, which is when this presentation was done. This presentation is 2 years old. Do you know what other argument they were making 2 years ago? We shouldn't even put gender on the birth certificate at birth because we don't really know. There was an article on Boston University's website that says we should just take gender off the birth certificate entirely. Now, let's think about the argument that Violet just made. Violet just said, well, all these conservative parents, they have this moral outrage, this moral trans panic over giving their kids HRT, over giving their kids hormones, but those same conservative parents sexuate their children at birth. That means they assign them a gender when they're born. And how dare those conservative parents assign their kids a gender at birth, but then later, when the kid wants to go on hormones, they deny them those hormones, and that makes them hypocritical. Now, of course, it doesn't make them hypocritical at all. I'm not making that argument. I'm not saying I agree with that argument, but that is the argument that Violet just made. And that lines up perfectly with what we saw in the library presentation yesterday when the librarian was talking about affirming the identities of LGBTQIA plus children as part of the programs in the public library. And by the way, that librarian also made the case that librarians can lie to parents, even though they're putting laws in place where teachers can't lie to parents anymore. Librarians are not beholden to the same laws that teachers are, so librarians can still lie to parents about what's going on. Are we paying attention yet?
To something else, that the figure of the child here actually obscures a fear about basically the nuclear family unit as a unit of capitalist reproduction being undone. And it's that fear that's that this discourse of like preventing trans kids from accessing HRT is meant to kind of obscure beneath its panic and beneath its moral panic. So yeah, I mean, I have known stories where trans people have been taken to psychiatrists by their parents because their parents did not accept their coming out, and then the psychiatrist committing horrific acts behind closed doors. And there are plenty of stories here in India about families disowning their child because they came out as trans, or because they manifested some form of gender deviance. And that is how, I mean, that is the case with a lot of trans sex workers who were disowned by their families, and they had to then find these connections to eke out a living on the margins of society. So to me, the question of family abolition is absolutely paramount to a politics of liberation.
The legal mechanisms that respond to trans youth are just wild too. Like the experience of sitting with teenagers and a counselor and preparing them to go home, because if you keep them, you'll get arrested, is I won't go. We're not going to go through every sad story, but no, it is incredible. Absolutely. I think it really brings home how much power, especially like the judiciary system has over children, and how much parents take that power and extend it into the home.
I suppose it's a pity that Michelle had to leave early, because I think, well, I know that her, myself, and you, Sophie, have all published material on this topic of one kind or another, or in various different kinds of venues. And yeah, there's a lot to be said on it. I suppose, well, one thing to say is obviously there's this aspect of it as a provocation, a necessary provocation, and also like this ferocious backlash which it seems to provoke is really quite striking. Like this is definitely like, when I've had like transphobic people go after me, this is really the attack that they've used, just kind of like repeating my published opinions in an attempt to make me look scary. But in terms of like family abolition, I guess like what, well, one thing I think like the oppression that happens through private households is something which is very obvious whenever trans people share their perspectives. But I think equally what we're trying to get at in this collection, which I wouldn't say has any like really detailed or extended pieces on family abolition as far as I can remember. What we're trying to get at is this notion we're drawing from Angela Mitropoulos and her notion of economia, or oikonomia, depending on your Greek pronunciation. And I guess that's something I can talk about a bit more, but this like interplay of like the private household and not only like statecraft, but also like very basic political conceptions. Like if we're talking neoliberalism, like yeah, Thatcher and Reagan are some of the most like upfront and articulate examples. And this kind of continues, I think, through to today. If you watch like Tucker Carlson, who I believe is a big fan of yours, Sophie, Tucker Carlson very much talks in these terms. He's like, oh, you know, what's difficult for life today is when your 19-year-old comes to the dinner table and his eyes are bloodshot from smoking weed. You know, this is still the right-wing imaginary.
Tucker Carlson
this
has
like,
never said that in his life.
Yeah, the
Come on.
household is very much like something every kind of neoliberal has sort of
when has Tucker Carlson ever done a monologue about weed?
Unfortunately, Al just tells me that she's had power cuts, so we've been suppressed by capitalist infrastructure, I guess. But I highly recommend, the introduction sort of gets into this economia notion, and also like you can check out Angela's stuff. She's written huge amounts. It's published online. She's got a very remarkable blog. I think one of the best blogs that's been operative over the past 5 years, I would say. So yeah, like her work is very very important to the stuff we've got in this collection. And I can't speak for all the contributors, but I think I think it is fair to say that like where we're coming from is not only trying to like understand the suffering and like the oppression and the like torment which many trans people sort of encounter often from their young childhood by family members, if not parents, then whoever else in the household and stuff. We don't just kind of want to understand like the suffering of it, but we also understand like, we also want to understand the integrated, like the integral role that private households play in the reproduction of workforces and like accompanying norms and expectations and whatever that all go into that process. And yeah, and that's definitely where we part ways, I think, with those on the left who have less critical and more sort of like naturalizing perspectives of families. And yeah, so that's kind of, I suppose that's what I'd say this collection is getting at. But in the future, I'm sure I will publish. I will publish, or I will talk, or I will do whatever. Like, well, family abolition is going to be a thing which I think will continue to be developed in various different ways. Yeah, that's my expectation. So I'm looking forward to it.
So am I. Now I'm going to hand over to Phil of Red May to wrap it up in just a moment, because we have managed to speak for 2 hours. We've lost Elle to internet problems and Michelle to the tyranny of work. So just you know, brutal as it does feel to do this.
All right, guys, I guess that is gonna wrap it up. And listen, I know we were gonna watch another one, but that last one was really heavy. And we got a lot out of that last one. And my brain is pretty fried. And I feel like if we watched the last presentation now, I wouldn't even be able to process, because my brain is so fried from having to listen closely for the. I just don't think it's a good idea. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I am sure that the horde of woke morons is going to be like, I can't believe that Carlin did a 5-hour stream about queer Marxism. Can you believe Carlin had the nerve for 5 hours to stream about queer Marxism? That bitch. I'm sure the horde of woke idiots is going to be complaining about that all night long. And we could go for 7 hours. We could try. But I think that's good. I think that's good for tonight. I think we're good. I think we got it. And we can always come back and watch more queer Marxism later. Like I said, I literally have a whole list of presentations. I have like a good, 15 presentations on queer Marxism that I would like to get through. But that was a lot. Guys, congratulations. If you hung in through that whole stream, you learned a lot about queer Marxism tonight. And remember, these people are the ones who are currently pushing gender ideology into the schools. It all comes from the same place. All right. So I want to remind everyone, and first of all, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank the 10 people while we were live on this stream who subscribed to the Substack, so that I could reward myself with the torture of reading Transgender Marxism for all of you. So thank you for that. If you haven't subscribed yet, now is a good time. Now, let's see. Mary has just asked, when are we meeting again? Well, Red May has a presentation tomorrow. Let me just look up Red May real quick. And I think it's pretty close for movie night, to be honest. So Red May tomorrow has a presentation at 6 p.m. called Money and Capital in the 21st Century. And I do actually want to watch that. Now, that's so 6 p.m. tomorrow is currently the plan. But just keep in mind, that's going to back right up to movie night. And if you are a supporter of my work, you guys can't see. You guys can't see my screen. Hang on. If you are a supporter of my work, which means you are a member on this here YouTube channel, you are a paying supporter in my locals, or a paying supporter in my Patreon, and of course, a paying supporter on my Substack, which 10 of you just joined. Again, thank you. Tomorrow, everyone is going to receive a notification on the platform that you are on, inviting you to the supporter Discord. So we are going to watch this Money and Capital in the 21st Century tomorrow. And it's got Patrick, the editor of the International Journal of Philosophical Economy, who sounds like really interesting, and Jamie, who is in Chicago and is doing a PhD at Northwestern. I'm going to stream that tomorrow at 6 p.m. if I can possibly stomach it. But we are going to leave for movie night, okay? So if that presentation goes more than 2 hours, we're still going to movie night because movie night takes priority. So everyone who is a supporter will get a notification on whatever platform you are a supporter on to join the supporter Discord tomorrow. You can join the Discord, get verified in the Discord, and then come and watch Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome with us at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I definitely encourage everyone who's a supporter, come to movie night. Even if you don't know how to use Discord, we will help you use Discord. I didn't know how to use Discord at one time either. I still don't really know how to use Discord, but I know enough to go to movie night. We do movie trivia. We talk about the movie. It is a great group of people. And tomorrow we are honoring the life and legacy of Tina Turner by watching Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome at 8 p.m. Eastern. And you will be notified on whatever platform you are a supporter on, members of the YouTube channel, locals, Patreon, or Substack, tomorrow to come join the supporter Discord, get verified. And if you don't want to watch this movie, we do movie night every Sunday at 8 p.m. We watch a new movie. And yeah, I will see you guys then. All right, guys, I'm going to go decompress. I recommend you guys do the same. Remember, we do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Sometimes we do midweek socialism in between just for fun. But this is your advanced socialism class, your advanced AP class. If you can sit through this, you can sit through anything. And thank you guys for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.